Okay. All right. Okay. This is hard, man. This is difficult. Okay. Here we go. Um this is a really hard story to tell. And first of all, I want you to know that there are people who know this story already. Napa knows a little bit of it. Barbie was there. Launce was there. Cardew was there. Elaine was there for a big part of it. Ponies listened to it. Squillas listened to it. Cheese has listened to it. Judge has listened to it. G1 has listened to it. There's been a lot of people who have like reached out to me and have been like, "Hey, you know, can you tell us your story?" And I've been like, "Yeah, yeah." So I've talked about it enough, and this isn't therapeutic for me in any way. I'm not doing this so that I can be like, "Oh shit!" Like now I feel better about the world and better about what happened. No, I already feel fine about what happened. Everything that happened is completely 100% fine. Um, yeah, it's completely 100% fine. The reason I'm telling the story today is, and by the way, I'm probably not going to read too much chat. I might actually minimize it. But the reason I'm telling the story today is because, well, a bunch of bad shit happened, and I really wanted to just leave it behind and just be done with it, and just be like, yeah, whatever. Move on with my life, move on with my stream, etc. But shit keeps coming back to me. A lot of people ask me why I don't want to go to TwitchCon, etc. this year, and like I really want to go and see everybody, but that was a really bad place for me. Um, Not only that, like there's been people bad mouthing me. There's been people shit talking me behind my back to other streamers. I've lost regulars. I've lost subs. I've lost a lot of different things. Um, I wrote a blog post about this, about forgiveness and stuff. And I truly do believe that I really do want to forgive these people, and I hope to God that I have already. Um, and so I want it to be very clear that this is not malicious. I'm not telling this story so that the people who fucked up, who did some fucked up shit, I'm not telling this story so that they'll hurt in any way. Okay, I'm not telling this story so that they'll hurt or it's like revenge or anything like that, or, people will know or anything like that. I'm telling this story because, well, it's about self expression and it's about non censorship. Because ever since I've been a kid, ever since I've been really young, I've always really had to cover for people. Like people would do bad shit to me, and then I just wouldn't tell anyone, and I'd just be like, oh, I'd try and see the good in them, or I'd try and be like, okay, it's fine, I can deal with it, I can handle it, and stuff like that. And so that's what I was gonna do this time. I was gonna be like, hey, it's fine. You fucked with me. It's okay. No revenge, no nothing. Just move on with my life. But then it kept coming back, and it came to the point where I was just like, I can't. It would be. It would be really bad of me to just not tell this, like, not express myself at this point. When you're in a chat with someone and they openly hate you and you just ignore it, but for a fact they're just shit talking you. You're just like, it hurts, and it's like, what the fuck am I gonna do? It's like, okay, it's like, no, it's like, fuck, I'm so tired of like random shit happening to me, and that I really don't deserve. Like I got really fucked really hard, and so for more shit to keep happening to me, and for me to cover it up, and me to say like, no, everything's fine, everything's okay, don't worry about it. It's not true. And I wanted to give myself the chance to uh, to say shit, to actually explain. Um, Cheese actually said something to me. I told Cheese very recently. I told him the whole story. And he was one of the few people who told me, hey man, like, I really think you should tell the story, because no matter what happens, no matter how things are going, like if your channel gets closed, if you lose your Twitch channel, if everything falls apart, at least you would have known that you know, lived on your feet, or you died on your feet as opposed to lived on your knees, right? And I think that's very important. That's self-respect, right? I want to respect myself enough to say, this is what happened to me, and it's fine, but I'm not going to hide it at all. Okay? Yeah, Barbie, that's completely fine. Yeah, you can put it in sub only. I don't care. So again, I'm doing these disclaimers because this is sensitive information, and I really want to make sure that this is just for expression. That's it. Okay? So I want to be very clear here. Very clear. Anybody that's involved in this story, because I'm going to name names. Anybody that's involved in this story, if you know them or don't know them, please don't let this story change your opinion of them. If you like them, continue to like them. If you don't like them, continue to not like them. Under no circumstances do I want anyone to be malicious at all, because that'll end up hurting me pretty badly if that happens. Okay, so this story is just to explain it to my community, to you guys, so you know what happened and what's going on, and it's a pretty big part of a lot of shit. Okay. Okay, and I want you to know this story is going to be long. It's going to drone on for a while. So if that's not your thing, you know, it's okay if you leave. And it's not a feel-good story. It does not have a happy ending. Okay? So I know everybody's excited to hear it and stuff, but this story is going to make you feel terrible. Okay? Rini cried while I was telling her this story. Mama Honey didn't want to be here to hear it again because it actually really negatively affected her. And I think that's completely fine. That's 100% good. But it's not a feel-good story. So if that's not okay, I mean, I'd say close this now. I don't want this Twitter icon, man. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Okay, let's start. So there's going to be some personal details revealed here, okay? And it's not just my personal details, which is why I was keeping it, under wraps. But as you know, I'm gonna tell the first part of the story in three parts, in three layers, three different layers, okay? But the first layer is Aya, okay? Actually, no. Let's say the first layer is Twitchmates. The first layer is Twitchmates. We'll say that. The first layer is Twitchmates. Let's talk about Twitchmates, okay? Dargan, I don't recommend it. But as you know, on Twitch, you you're streaming. You try different things. You look at different opportunities. You try and figure out how to stream, how to get success, how to grow your channel. That's a very big thing for most streamers, if not all streamers. And that's something that I was actively doing. And it turns out I had made a lot of friends over Twitch. I had made a ton of friends. Judge was one of my first few friends. Aya, we were cool. Mr. Emi was one of my first mods. He was in one of my first 120 viewers or so, or 120 followers. Cardu was follower number 50. He's been around forever. Barbie and Launce, like I met them through Twitch. Barbie just fell asleep to my stream one day randomly, and now now I'm living with her boyfriend. Mooney. There's a lot of people I knew, like a lot of good people, a lot of people that I was personally connected with, a lot of people that I was like, hey, I like you, and it's you're cool and stuff. And We just got along. Like me and Judge, oh god, we'd get along really well. Elaine too. Like Elaine's in Malaysia, or when we met, she was in Malaysia, and she's one of my best friends. Like I've met a lot of people on Twitch, right? So I had I had a bunch of people just surrounding me and surrounding my stream, and that I knew closely, and people would hang out. Like that's where people would kind of interact. I was the centerpiece of everything of this community. There'd be a lot of people around me, like Mooney knew Miss Faye, Launce and Barbie knew Pie Guys. And so on and so forth. If you look at Twitch mates, it all kind of centers around me. Aya knew Tip, and then there's Fisk and Foria, and there was like a ton of different people, and we all just got along, and it was really cool, and it was a really good group of people, and I liked everyone. I liked everyone, and I was like, yeah, it's cool. So eventually, what we ended up doing, like, I don't know how far back you remember, but me, Judge, and I started a podcast, and we just talked for a little while. That ultimately failed. It was called 3HP, but that was like the original, the original trio right there. But eventually, a sequence of events ended up happening, and we started playing Mafia on stream. On my channel, we started playing Mafia, which was 15 to 16 people, streamers, mods, everything would come together in a Zoom call. I paid $15 a month for the Zoom call, and we play a game of Mafia every Friday night. Game to 3 games, and we rules, and it was very intensive, and we did as much as we could to make it we want to make this fun for us and fun for people to watch. We wanted to create good content, right? And there was difficulties here and difficulties there and stuff like that, but that was Mafia, and that's where it kind of all began. Because one day, Aya and Judge ended up calling me up and being like, hey, I was driving. I remember I was driving to training in Calgary, and they're like, hey, for whatever reason or another, it had to do with community heads and stream teams and stuff like that. But they're like, hey, why don't we make our Mafia group into a community group, a group of streamers, because there's all these streamers that have groups and stuff like that, and that's really cool, and looking at them and seeing them is really cool and stuff. Why don't we just do that? And I said, are you sure? And they're like, yeah, let's do it. And I was like, all right, let's do it. It's gonna be a lot of work. Let's do it. Right? Let's make this work. Let's make this happen. Okay. And then so what I did is I'm a very good speaker, and I don't really sugarcoat things or bullshit or anything. So at the end of one of our Mafia games, I said, hey, I addressed everyone. I said, this is what we're doing. This is what we want to do. We want to start a group of people, and we want to create content together. That's what we want to do. It's going to be a lot of work. We have no idea what we're doing, so it's going to have to be a lot of innovation and shit. But do you guys want to do it? Do you want to do it? And if you don't worry, nothing will change. You'll still be invited to Mafia, etc. But just please let me know. Please let me know, because I want people who want to work and who want to make this successful. And I, don't have time for the other people. So it was just are you sure you want to do it? Every single person said yes. Every single fucking person said yes. And I was like, all right. So then I put down the, events progressed, and I put down the money for the website. It was about $400-$500 US. Bought the domain, bought the hosting for 3 years, which was a lot. It was a lot of money for me. But I was like, oh, it's okay. I'll front the cost, and let's start working on this. Let's do it. Let's start working on this. And for a while, it was okay. Me, Fortia, Aya, and Manskill. Yeah, Manskill. And then occasionally another person would work really hard on the website. For a month straight, I didn't go to training or anything. I slept maybe four or 5 hours, maybe 6 if I was lucky a night. And we just worked on the website. We churned it out. We were trying to figure out what to do, how WordPress worked, etc. We were trying to like plugins, this, that, like there's a lot of stuff we didn't know, and we figured it out, and we worked it out, and we created a website, and it was good. But then we needed people to do a logo because we were doing the website. We needed people to do the logo. We needed to figure out a name. We had Google documents that was shared between people. People would have meetings and stuff. Everything was okay. Everything was okay. But eventually, you know, people are people, man, and not everybody is capable of working hard. It's capable of committing to shit, right? So what ended up happening over time was that I was the one who was under so much stress and so much workload. Like I was doing so much everything. And I remember Judge saying this, that he was concerned for me, you know, and Aya saying that she was concerned for me and stuff because no one was picking up the slack. Anything that needed to be done, it was me. And it wasn't just that, like it wasn't just like Twitchmate stuff. It was like personal problems because a while ago people just liked to come to me for advice or personal problems. You know, apparently I have a good perspective. But it was very common for, you know, just go talk to Froz. And I was completely okay with just being like, yeah, this is what I think. And that's something that I was willing to do. Like, it wasn't like it was like, oh, fuck, like I had to do it. It's like, no, I was willing to do this for people. It's like these people I considered my friends, and these people I considered, you know, trustworthy and stuff. So like whatever they needed, anything, it's like I was ready to give it my best effort. I remember many nights were spent talking to Mr. Emi about a relationship, or, you know, Judge, or you know, Faye. I talked to Faye like a little bit about her mom. Harley, about work. I made it a point to be like, Harley, you got to get the fuck out of there, man. You know, anybody and everybody I talked to. And, you know, I was close friends with some people. Like I was very close friends with Foria. Me and Foria would just hang out. Like he'd go to the gym and he'd Skype me and stuff. And it was cool. Like we were good. And sometimes, you know, I had close ties with pretty much everybody. But, you know, when I get busy, and it gets like, yeah, I started to wear myself thin. I started to wear myself down, and people who know me then would start to see that I was starting to get ragged. I had bags under my eyes permanently. I wasn't, you know, I was fading. I was so tired all the time, you know, it was wearing at me. But I just decided, you know, it's what I got to do. And I kept going, and I kept dealing with the Twitchmate stuff and with everybody else. And it was good. Like I really wanted to do it. And it was like, I gave everything I had. I gave my money, my time, etc., just to try and make this a success. Because when I go for something, I fucking go for it, right? I want it to happen. And I even like, there were so many times where we had meetings and we're like, and I was like, hey, we're crumbling. Like, I'm not Twitchmates alone. It's everybody. And if no one's doing anything, you know, we're not, you know, etc. There was so many fucking times where it was like that. And I even said, like, you know, I don't mind giving it my best effort, but like, you know, I don't want to stay on a sinking ship. Right. And then I said, like, there's going to be a time where eventually I won't be able to put in all my time. Like, I'm going to have different obligations and stuff. And that's exactly what happened. I got really into the no-hit run. And that's where my success came from. That's where my partnership came from. That's where my channel growth came from. And that's what happened. I started doing the no-hit run, and I dedicated all my time to that. like 12 hours a day, probably 8 hours of streaming, 4 hours of practice outside of streaming. And if I was working, I worked a demolition job during that. I don't know if you guys remember, but my lungs, there was a few runs where my lungs were not working. It's because I had like drywall dust in them and stuff. So I was very busy. I didn't really have time for TwitchMate stuff. So we started doing different things, like we appointed executives and people that were in charge of this and that. And Barbie was familiar with this because she dealt with a lot of stuff. But once the no hit run was done, then I was like, all right, like let's really push this TwitchMate stuff, like let's do it. And I had graphics made, I had business cards made, and I was all about fucking TwitchMates, all about TwitchMates. Like, hey, go check out TwitchMates. We just did this website, like, hey, like this. And I was like really, really into like, okay, like I'm a little bit successful now. Like, I feel like I want to help this grow. And I did my best, but people just still didn't want it, man. They just didn't want it. You used to see like a shit ton of TwitchMates in my chat all the time, like a lot of them. But I gave this thing, I said, hey, like we still need to do stuff, like we can't just sit here like there's nothing, right? And there's all these conversations and stuff, and then things. Here's where things started to take a turn. If you look closely, and this is just my personal opinion, but if you look closely at the Mafia and stuff, at Mafia games, etc., you could see that cliques were starting to form within TwitchMates. Okay, cliques were starting to form. There was like this catty, like high schoolish clique system forming, and certain people got really fucking like, catty. They did, like gossiping and saying things behind each other's backs. Like I remember Day Savage. Day Savage was actually really wanting to work and stuff, but then I remember, like for example, I would hear about Mr. Emi, or sometimes Mauler would shit talk Day Savage, right? Like, what does Day Savage know? And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, Day Savage is a good, he's actually trying, and like there was all these little things that started to happen, a very cliquey, and you could even see it in the Mafia, right? When we were playing games of Mafia, there were people that when they voted, like 4 other people would just put up their hands and vote, not because they wanted to vote, but because that's how it worked. It was like a herd mentality for some people. They would just fucking do it, and it was the stupidest shit. But that's how TwitchMates ended up working out too. There were interactions, and there were people, and there were decisions being made, and there were people working and not working, and it became really cliquey. And problems developed because of that. Relationship problems. I hope Barbie doesn't mind me talking about this, but I remember one night fucking Barbie and Mauler didn't get along. Okay? Barbie and Mauler didn't get along. Really didn't get along. But they were in charge of YouTube stuff. And Mooney too. Barbie, Mauler, and Mooney, they decided they would just do the YouTube stuff. There's a TwitchMates YouTube. And like they all had great ideas and they're all really good, but Mauler and Barbie didn't get along, and it's because of the way Mauler is, and it's because of the way Barbie is, right? And I was like, fine, that's okay. But I remember being called in the middle of the night by Mauler and Mooney and talking to them for 4 fucking hours. 4 hours in the middle of the night. And I was like, it's fine. And just talking to them about what's going on, about Barbie, about TwitchMates, etc. Right? And Mauler was of the opinion that he really wanted Barbie out of TwitchMates. He really wanted her out. And I was like, I see no reason to let her go. Like, she's a friend of mine. She makes good content. Like, she tries and she does make content and stuff. And she has no bad intentions. Yes, she can be a little bit blunt at times, and maybe people don't like that. But that's not a reason to kick her out. And Mauler and I just talked forever. ever, and I tried to just make him see what I saw. And I saw good in everybody. I saw good in Mahler. I saw good in Barbie. I saw good in this person. Oh, Napa was in there too. I saw, good in Napa. I saw good in every single fucking person. And I really wanted everybody else to see the good in other people. But they just didn't. They focused on the bad shit. Mr. Emi focused on so much bad shit. And people would always be like, he's being really toxic or this or that. And I'd be like, no. Like, he's just abrasive. Like, he just is, it's just his way of talking. He doesn't mean anything by it. Like, I had to cover for Mr. Emi so many times. But I remember doing this, like being awake all fucking night, talking to Mahler, and the next day waking up, going to work or practicing or doing something, having absolutely no fucking time, and then going to go and talk to Barbie and smooth that over, and then Launce got involved, and then smoothing that over, and so on and so forth. And it was just, I was in charge of all of this. This just wasn't one occasion. This was all the fucking time, right? It wasn't just Barbie and Mahler. It was Mr. Emi and Harley, or it was fucking, Faye and Tip. It's something like, something was always going on. When you have like 15, 20, 25 people in a group and I'm at the center of it, of course, of course, I'm going to take a heavy load. And so one thing, and Elaine was in TwitchMates too. Elaine did all the graphics and stuff. She was wonderful. But, there were people that kept to themselves. There were people that avoided drama. And then there was people who had fuck tons of fucking drama. And again, I just did my best to just selfless intent, try and take care of everyone, make sure everything was okay, and solve problems. That's all I wanted to do. One of the things we did schedule is we were going to go to TwitchCon, okay? We were going to go to TwitchCon, and we were going to, we rented a house, a B&B. It was like $4,500. We each paid there's 15 of us in the house. 15 of us ended up going. We were going to go there, and we booked for 10 days. So people from Europe were coming, on flights, and I was going down, and I was in California, and Fisky was coming all the way, and everybody was going down to TwitchCon. So TwitchCon was a really big thing. Pie Guys was going, because it would be where we all meet up. And as a content creator, it's like a huge opportunity. It's like, fuck, man, look at you get to see all your friends, and you get to see all these people that you really haven't seen before, haven't met, seen for the first time. And it's like, okay, it'd be really nice to just do some fun shit and record it, create some montages, have some memories, and then share that with everybody that watches your channels. I thought that would have been a cool fucking thing. Do a live Mafia or something like that. Okay. So TwitchCon was really big. That's layer one of the story, TwitchMates. And this story goes on for a while. So if you think we're getting even fucking close, you got a while to go. Okay. Layer two of the story. Okay. Layer two of the story. Layer two of the story was Aya. Okay. She's my ex-girlfriend, Aya. So I talked a little bit about Aya. She was my 4th follower. She lurked forever. And we finally talked. We started a podcast with me, her, and Judge. Judge was from her stream, right? We just hung out. We got along, man. We got along. And for like a year and a half, that was it. I wasn't super attracted to her. Don't think she was super attracted to me. Oh, she was in a relationship, actually. She's in a very abusive relationship. I don't want to go into too much detail. But she was in a very abusive relationship, and she had a really rough family life. So eventually she came to me and she's like, hey, I don't know who to talk to. I don't know what to do. I need to get out of this relationship. And I just talked to her. She got out of the relationship. Eventually she went back. Usually how it works with abusive relationships. Second time she got out. She got out, and I ended up getting more involved. And, it was rough. It was very rough what she had to go through. What she had to go through was absolutely fucking terrible. It almost came down to a restraining order, and for her to have to go through all of that alone was ridiculous. So I tried to be there for her. But anyway, after that, we just started talking. We became friends, and I realized she was actually really smart. She was really smart, and not a lot of people, like I don't have active conversations with a lot of people, but she could keep up. Like, she could keep up, and she could add her own shit. Like, she was definitely, she was a smart girl. And she's not only intelligent, but there's she had quirks to her too. She had interesting things to her, because she could add her own stuff, and she liked talking about this stuff, and she found things interesting. And it wasn't just that, like, those were things that drove her. Like, you could see there was beauty in Aya. There was definitely beauty in her. There was this, she had a lot of good qualities. And so we talked a lot, and we shared like a lot of stuff together. And after streams, like, because we streamed around the same times, we just hang out and voice chat on Skype, and there's a lot of comfort for both of us, because streaming isn't always the easiest thing. I'm not saying it's hard, like, I love streaming, but there's ups and downs. And family life, there's ups and downs everywhere in life. And she was that person for me, where I would go and talk to her, and she would go and talk to me, and we were mutually just happy just hanging out together, which is very rare for me, by the way. Very, very rare. I don't hang out with a lot of people. And then fast forward a bit, we started Twitchmates. And when we started Twitchmates, we started to work closer together. We started to be more exposed to each other more and more often. We started hanging out more and more and more and more, and things started to eventually get sexual. Just happened, and it was good. It was nice. It was great. And then it was like, I really like you, and I don't want to censor myself around you. I don't want, like, that whole stuff. I want to see where this goes. Like, I like hanging out with you and stuff like that. And she said the same thing, and we progressed from there. We were technically in a secret relationship, because we didn't tell anybody about it, and we just hung out all the time together, and we just really enjoyed each other's company, and we were pretty much together at that point. And then details, like just relationship stuff. Everything was good. Everything was nice. Everything was great. Great tank top. Yeah, great tank top. Yeah, because she'd come to my stream, and she'd whisper me shit in the chat. Like, she'd whisper me, like, like hot stuff, like sex stuff, and it would be like, okay, that's nice, and I'd have to say, like, who am I talking about, or what's going on. And sometimes I'd have her on like a video call. Like, she'd fall asleep to my stream, but she wanted to stay on Skype, so I'd have her on a video call on my laptop, right beside me. And she'd be wearing a gray tank top or something, or she'd be doing something. Like, there was a lot of interaction between me and her, and you could see it through our streams, right? And I'd host her, and people knew who Aya was, and people knew who I was in her stream. It was very clear. Yeah. And then there came a point where, she was able to come visit me for 10 days. I remember this very clearly. This was in April. She was able to come visit me for 10 days. I remember this, and everything was great. And then I jokingly said, like, hey, like, you can come visit for 10 days. And then she kind of looked at me. She's like, yeah? And I was like, yeah. And then we just kind of played it off and joked a bit. But then it started to get like, why not? Why not? And I was just like, okay, I could make the preparations. And she's like, yeah, I could too. I have to get my passport and this and that. And like, we had to we had to do some stuff. We had to pull some strings and stuff. And we eventually were like, okay, let's do it. Right. But right before that, I remember this, right before that, I was a little bit resistant. I was a little bit like reluctant. Like, are you sure you want to do this? Like, I don't want to just stumble into this just to stumble into it. You know what I mean? Like, are you sure you want to do this? And then she looked at me, and I remember this very, very much. And remember, I just wrote that blog post recently, which says I'm very closed off at times, and there's a lot of barriers within me because I've been hurt a lot, right? I've been hurt a lot, right? But she looked at me and she said, like, just trust me, like, it's okay. Like, hey, I want to be with you, and I want to see you, and I want to be there with you. And like, I love you, and I'm not going to hurt you. It's okay. Like, it's okay. I'm not going to do that. And I said, all right. And then she came to visit for 10 days, and it was like the best 10 days I've had in such a long time. We streamed sometimes, and she was there with me, and we just did whatever. We went to go see a movie, and we hung out, and there's lots and lots of sex, and it was good, right? And no matter what, like, I remember driving, and then she would just be like clinging to my arm and stuff. Like, we had cuteness factor. We were a good couple. Everybody that saw us was like, holy shit, that's a cute couple. And like, there was like nothing in the world mattered when I was with Aya. Like, it was nice. When I was with her, it was so nice, and she was so happy too. And she told me later, she's like, that was like some of the happiest times of my life, and I've never been able to open up to a person like that, blah, 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 etc. And there's all this good stuff. And there's like a few gifts and stuff from when we were together and stuff, but it was a really nice time. It was a very, very, very nice time. And she was great. Like, you could see, like, I could see in her eyes when I looked at her, like, I could see there was someone there, and it was someone that understood me, and I understood her, and it was good. Yeah, she had so many good qualities. And then we went back to long distance. Okay, we went back to long distance, and that was okay for a while. And this was when Twitchmates was going and picking up and stuff, right? And it was known that me and I were together, and I started doing the no-hit run. Okay, so like I said, when I was doing the no-hit run, I was busy, 8 hours a day streaming, 4 hours a day practice, and I was working on top of that. I didn't have very much time for Aya. Like, and whatever time I did have, I made available for her. Like, I hung out with her as much as possible, with 4 streams around here, around there, as much as possible. I was doing the best I could. But being that tired, being that exhausted, I don't know if anyone's ever been overworked, but you lose your sex drive pretty quick. Like, you don't have time for it, man. It's just not there. And as such, I wasn't as affectionate as I used to be with Aya. I wasn't. And not only that, but I realized this like way after the fact. But my previous relationship before Aya with Amanda, the ballerina, she was absolutely fucking terrible to me, man. There's some trauma left over from there. It was like sexual repression when things got bad. But that factored into this too, okay? So I was tired, I was exhausted, my sex drive was down, and I was sexually repressed because of some trauma with Amanda, right? And I remember Aya, just being Aya. She's flirting with me and stuff, sending me pictures and stuff. And, after, like, I remember one day after training where I had literally woken up, gone to work, gone home, washed off, showered off, cleared my lungs out, practiced for a while, gone to training, and training was 2 hours, and it was hard fucking training where you get beat up. Like, it's Muay Thai, so it's tough, it's not easy. And you're like, it's like, it's common to be barely able to stand. Like, standing was tough. And just opening my phone and seeing a picture from her and being like, that's really nice, like, that's really nice. I wasn't like immediately like heavily aroused there, but I was like, that's really nice, thank you for sending that to me. And I sent that back to her. That's nice. Like, that's really nice. Thank you for sending that to me. Right. And apparently that just triggered something really bad in her. Or like there's variations of that. Right. Triggered something really bad in her. Because then she's like, aren't you attracted to me? I don't feel like you are attracted to me. I need this sexual affection from you and you're not giving it to me. And I was just like, I'm sorry. Right. And she brought it up once and I was like, I'm sorry. Like, listen, like I have to be me and you have to be you. So I was just saying what I was saying. Like I was, that's how I felt in the moment. And like, honestly, like I am very attracted to you. Like I am, but if you need me to validate that, I can't always do that. And that's based off insecurity because it is, right? And saying that, which was honest, really hurt her. And I really feel bad. I wish I worded it a different way. Because like she argued with me a little bit more and I was like, you know what? Like the only thing I was getting so frustrated and I said, why don't you try harder? That's one thing I regret. Why don't you try harder? Because that was bad, man. Saying try harder to a girl who's trying to flirt with you is not good. But it hurt her and I feel so bad about that. I could never not feel bad about that. It fucking hurt her. And I was still not available. I wasn't there to talk through it with her or be like, okay, this is happening, or like, hey, like it's like, so on and so forth. I couldn't be in person to provide comfort to her, to like actually show that type of affection. I was on the internet and all I had was my voice. That's it. Right. And I was doing the no hit run. And there's times where I had to prioritize the no hit run because I wanted it. That was important to me. That was it for me. That was success for me. Right. I had to prioritize that, And I remember finishing the no-hit run, actually getting it for the first time, and I was so fucking happy, and ending my stream so quick because I just wanted to go and talk to her and spend time with her. That's what I wanted. I wanted just to talk to her and spend time with her, and I had finally got it. I didn't care about anybody else or anything else. Like I closed my stream. I talked to Mahler for a bit, I think, because he interviewed me or whatever. I hosted him. Man, fuck, I hosted the shit out of Mahler so many times with like 400, 500 viewers. And I ended up talking to her. And she was devastated. She was like, trying to be happy for me. She was trying. She was saying like, I'm so happy for you and this and that. But she had like tears in her eyes and, she was hurting. And I was like, what's going on? Like, I just want to spend time with you. And I just got the no hit run and this is so good. And like, and she's like, cause she felt like that she had lost me. I had been doing the no hit run so long and we hadn't been able to talk, and that, me not feeling attracted to her thing that she had in her head started eating away at her so much. And I remember her saying the words to me, I feel like something you've conquered and are now over. And I was like, no, I was just busy. Like, fuck, like I was just busy. And she said she felt so distant from me and so far away from me. And it was just like, shit. She said she didn't know how to fix it or she what to do. And she's been crying. And I was just like, I'll fix it. Like, I didn't mean to do this. I'll fucking fix it. Like, I'll do anything to fix it. If you don't feel like I'm attracted to you, like I am attracted to you. And I know I don't always show it, but like I can show it, I can show it. And that was mistake number one. Because from there on, me and her, our interactions changed ever so slightly. Because I was like, it's not like this when we're in person. When we're in person, we're fine. we're long distance right now, but we'll be together. And she's like, no, there must be some compromise while we're in long distance because, yeah, while we're in person, we're fine. But how long are we going to be long distance? And I was like, I don't know. But like, we shouldn't change ourselves. Like, I shouldn't change myself for this. And then she said, no, there has to be some compromise. There has to be something we do differently. And then I was just like, fine, sure. Okay, I'll do my best. I'm so sorry that this has happened. I'll do my best to fix it. I really want to fix it. I don't want you to hurt. I want this to be fixed. And every day after that, I tried so hard. I never stopped trying. I never gave up. Every day I had Aya in mind. Like, okay, be more affectionate. Tell her I love her. If something happens with her, she's having a problem, because she had a lot of problems and I was the one she would talk to. Be understanding, be more sexual too. God, that was hard for me. I remember there was one stream where Aya and Rini were both there, and Rini ended up asking Aya to retell like just a story about us when we were together. And I got so like flustered and embarrassed because I was just like, there's so much riding on everything for me. And I was just like, I was so exhausted all the time and I didn't know what to do. But I tried. And for example, one of the things that Aya said to me was, she said, hey, you're not a jealous person. I said, no, I'm not. And she said, it might be nice if you were. Sometimes it's nice when your boyfriend's jealous. And I was like, I really don't want to be jealous. And she said, yeah, but it might be nice. And I said, okay. And I developed jealousy. Any small level of jealousy that I experienced, I fed into, I cultivated, I made it bigger until I was jealous of a very specific person. And I'll name that person later. Okay. That was just one of the things I changed. Interactions between me and Aya became anxiety driven. It wasn't like I'm there and that's comfortable. It was like, I'm there to provide comfort. It wasn't like, shit, I want to express myself to her. It's like, okay, she said this, what do I say back? Right? It became anxiety driven. We were on call every single moment because we were losing trust, and a moment without each other was just, bad. But even when we were on call with each other, it wasn't good because we weren't ourselves, And it slowly progressed to this point. And every single day, I fucking tried so hard, man. Like, so fucking hard. I never gave in. And you know how I can try. I never gave up, no matter how hard it got, no matter how tired I was, no matter how frustrated I was, no matter how exhausted I was. Every single day I would give it my best effort. I didn't snap. I never was malicious. I never was spiteful, vindictive, nothing. I was always there trying to do the right thing, trying to figure this out because she was important to me. And, I'm a very confrontational person, and she's not. There's people who are avoiders, and she was an avoider. When something gets hard, you run away. That's what an avoider does. So with long distance and with the way I am and with the way she is, whenever we had a problem, she would run away and I would want to really like figure it out and fix it, right? So like we'd have a struggle or a conflict or something, and she'd be like, I need, like, I feel so distant. I don't want to talk, right? And I'd be like, let's talk this out. Let's figure it out. And it was just constantly like a constant struggle to figure things out. Because once we talked, I could, be like, okay, this is what's happening. This is what's going on, blah, 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 etc. It'd be fixed more or less. But it came to the point where she just didn't want me to fix it anymore, It would get harder and harder and harder. And there's all these things that went on. And I don't want to go into too much detail because that's her business, to be honest. But there's a fuck ton of shit that went on. And there's a shit ton of shit that I had to figure out and deal with and understand and stuff. But I never stopped. Never did I fucking stop. And Mooney was actually one of our friends who, you know, Mooney in a call. Oh, technically, I was the first person Mooney told he was gay. And then a call like a few days later, me and Aya were there, and Mooney told us he was gay, and he cried to us, right? And he was there, and he was like, "You guys are my best friends." And I was like, "I really will always be here for you, Mooney." And he was like, "Yeah," like, you know, and Aya was there too. And I was just like, holy shit, that's really special, you know? But Mooney became like the confidant of the relationship. Whenever Aya had a problem, she would go talk to Mooney. Because she didn't have many close friends. Like, she didn't have many people she could talk to or felt comfortable talking to. And she couldn't always talk to me because sometimes that's the problem, you know? So she'd talk to Mooney. And I know it was hard on her because she would cry. And Mooney would tell me she was crying. And I'd just do everything I fucking could. But it wasn't just hard on me. It was hard on her, too. It was hard both ways. It was very hard on each of us. And I mean, like, good for her for struggling so much because I'm used to it. She's not, right? But I remember just really, really, like, the one thing I probably could have done is visit her, but I was saving up money to actually move to California to live with her. That's what I was doing. That's why I'm in California now, because I saved up enough money and I was like, I'll do it anyway. But I was saving up money to move in and live with her. So I didn't want to spend money to go visit her. I wanted just to live with her, you know? I wanted just to live with her. And she was like really upset that I just wasn't, you know, how long are we going to be long distance, etc. It's really hard for her. And I was like, yeah, okay, I'll save up money to go live with her. But I really just needed to see her just one time in person. That's when all the fucking long distance bullshit fades away. And that's when it's like, okay, you know, we're back to who we were. We're okay. Like, it's absolutely perfect again, just because we have each other, you know? And that's what TwitchCon was. TwitchCon would be the time after 6 months that I would see her again. And that was the main focus of TwitchCon for me, seeing Aya again. Like, the other stuff was cool and good, but the main focus was I wanted to see Aya again. I really, 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 really did. That was everything. So the whole time I was struggling, trying to fix things, trying to figure out things, I was just saying, just got to hold out to TwitchCon. Just got to hold out till TwitchCon. Just got to hold out till TwitchCon. A week and a half to 2 weeks before TwitchCon, we broke up. She messaged me. She said, I don't think we can be together anymore. And I said, okay, if you don't want to be with me, that's fine. Thank you for telling me. And I was devastated. And I was absolutely devastated. And that's where we pause the story. And we get to a third layer. Okay, that's where we pause the story and we get to a third layer. Okay, so I hope you guys are all caught up and stuff. And hey, Launce is in the other room. He's just over there. He's my roommate. Go follow him. That's where we pause the story. Okay. Okay, this gets bad, man. This is fucking nothing. You get ready. Third layer of the story is Mr. Richard Foria. As I said earlier, he was a very good friend of mine. I really liked him. I admired him. I thought he was talented. You know, I'd hang out with him. So if we go back to when me and Aya were getting together, one of the things that was very clear was that Foria had a very large crush on Aya. He really liked Aya. And I knew it. I'm not oblivious to these things. So before me and Aya went public, Foria really liked Aya, right? And I remember talking to Aya, and I remember being like, hey, like Aya, like Foria, he likes you. And I know, like, we're kind of together-ish, but, it's not serious yet or anything. And, like, if you want to go spend time with him, if you want to go hang out with Foria, pursue things with Foria, or just whatever, honestly, I don't mind. Like, right now, I'm completely okay, and I feel like your happiness is important. So if you want to hang out with Foria, you're very welcome to. And she talked to me, she looked at me, she said, no. She said, I choose you. I want to be with you. I don't want to be with Foria. I want to be with you. And I was like, okay, that's good enough for me. Let's tell him. And we told him. I remember we told him over a call before we announced it. And we said, hey, we're together. And Foria was devastated, man. He tried to be like, oh, I'm happy. Like I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. Like that whole thing. But he was devastated, and we both knew it. And we felt so bad because we knew this was going to happen. And he was still really good friends with both of us. But I even talked to him, and I said, hey, man, like, listen, I know it's hard and I know it sucks, but like if you ever, or it's her happiness is the most important thing to me. And so if that would be with another person, I'd be completely okay with that. So if you ever, if ever things go and it's like she wants to be with you instead of me, I'm completely fine with that. Like I'm not completely fine with that, but like I'll do my best to make the right decisions there, right? I will do my best to make the right decisions there. And Fortia's response was like, no. Like I would never do that. I respect you too much. I respect her too much. I respect your relationship too much. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that, right? And I was like, okay, sure, fine. And then we progressed into the Twitchmate stage and us working together and stuff, and everything was going okay. But then later I would learn that it actually wasn't going okay. Later I would learn that, Aya would tell me a few things, but I'd learn more things. Aya would tell me that Foria, would be doing some stuff. Like Foria would do some really shady shit. Some really, really shady shit. Like he would say to Aya, like when things were going bad or rough, he would say like, Aya, you and Faraz are both amazing, good people. But you and me, as in Aya and Foria, just fit. We're better together. And Aya would tell me this stuff, and I'd be like, that's fucked up. Because me and Foria are still talking, and that's really weird. And then he would do things like she'd have a sad day one day, and he'd be talking to her because they were good friends, right? And he'd be like, okay, open your OBS and go into preview mode. And she would. And he would donate to her offline with like a message like, go get yourself some ice cream. I hate seeing you sad. Blah, 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 blah. Like just very like super white knighty bullshit shit like that. And it would, of course, make her happier. I mean, how could that not? But then I would know about that. And I was like, okay, I guess it's a positive thing. And I was so exhausted with everything, But then there's that stuff. And then later I would learn that like someone told me that, Foria, whenever him and Aya talk, like Foria would be like, like I'm going to take you out on dates and stuff, and it's not going to be like how it is with Faraz, and like, all this romantic stuff and stuff like that. And just really shitty stuff like that I had no idea that was going on. Like, Aya told me a bunch of it, but she didn't tell me all of it, right? And he would do really fucked up, stupid shit too. This is where I started to get involved, okay? He would, when she was having a bad time, when me and her were going through a rough patch, he would be really happy. And when me and her would get back together and be okay, he would be really sad. And that's fine. But then he would go and he would tell her this, which is a form of emotional manipulation. And she'd be like, what the fuck? Like, you're happy when I'm sad, I'm happy, and sad when I'm happy? Like, that's fucked up, right? And then she'd get really, like, caught up and messed up about it. Because, like, you know, that's one of her close friends. And she knows that he likes him, or he likes her, right? And then so she'd come to me and she'd talk to me about it. And then I'd have to fucking clean it up. I'd have to be like, no, like, you know, he probably didn't mean it. He probably didn't understand what he was saying. He probably didn't understand what he was doing. He was just expressing himself emotionally because he's an emotional person, right? I had to clean it up, and I had to clean it up more than once. And it got to the point where it was just like, it was just fucking too much. It was just fucking too much, man. Like, I remember that day, that was the 4-hour call with Mahler. 4-hour call with Mahler. Went back to sleep, got up, went to work. Right after work, I talked to Barbie. Right after talking to Barbie, I talked to Foria. I called him up. I said, hey, Foria, because I was going to talk to him because he kept hurting Aya, right? I said, hey, Foria, right? And I talked to him, and he just wasn't very responsive. He said, hey, like, you know, you're being super disrespectful to me, and I haven't addressed this yet, but that's not what I'm talking to you about. As for the disrespectful shit to me, like, I don't like it, but don't worry about it, man. And I said, but I have to ask why. Why are you doing this? And he said, you know, when you said that if Aya was happier with me, it would be okay, and that I should pursue her? And I said, sure. And he said, I decided to start doing that. And I was like, okay. I didn't mean like as a fucking sleaze bag, but sure. And I was like, that's fine. But you know what, man? You're hurting her. You're hurting her. She is upset. She's upset from time to time, and it's because of you. And he said, okay, what's going on? Like, he said, I didn't want to hurt her. Like, he genuinely did not want to hurt her, and he didn't understand that he was hurting her. And I was like, fuck, okay, like, here's what's happening. Like, I basically taught him how to interact with Aya, like just basic fucking level shit. Like, hey, when she's streaming, you know, maybe don't just automatically join her game and assume that you can play with her on stream. Like, that's, you know, that's her safe place, right? You know, that's not good to do. And he was like, oh, okay, yeah, like, yeah. And then we ended the call. He didn't really even thank me, really. I think he might have said thank you or something, but it was just like, that's it. And ever since that point, they got along fine. They got along great, right? And so let me give you a little bit of history on Foria, okay? Just a tiny bit of history. From Aya's perspective, when I developed jealousy, I became jealous of him. Right? Because who did Aya hang out with when she wasn't hanging out with me? Foria. Who did Aya have fun with when she wasn't having fun with me? Foria. And I was like completely okay with that. Like, I was like, hey, let's nurture this. Like, it's good to have friends. But then I switched it to jealousy. Right? You know? And there's a fucking, like, such a huge difference between me and Foria. But I remember Aya telling me, because she was thinking like, oh, but Foria does this and you don't do this. You know, Foria is romantic and you're not very emotionally expressive all the time. Like, she'd tell me this stuff because, you know, it's stuff that she was thinking, which is fine, right? But one of the things she did say is, like, she said, I realize now that you are what I really need, and Foria is just the coping mechanism. I remember those words fucking clearly because they gave me so much relief. they relaxed me so much, right? And then on my side, a little bit of backstory for Tia. A long time ago, before me and I got together, I had a birthday. Or no, right after me and I got together, I had a birthday. And she never had a good birthday. Her birthdays were always fucking shit. Man, her birthdays were always fucking terrible. So I was like, I want to give her a really good birthday. People take advantage of her a lot. So she really liked writing. And what I did is I went and I got a really nice engraved calligraphy pen. And I sent it to her for her birthday. And she opened it on stream and she really liked it. It was wonderful. It was a really good gift. I was really, really happy with it. For Tia, on the other hand, he went and on her birthday, he said, hey, I really wanted to get you something for your birthday, but I couldn't figure out what to get you, so I didn't get you anything. And he said that to her on her birthday, and I was like, what the fuck, man? Like, holy shit. Like, who the fuck? Like, what, man? Like, what? Anyway, the next thing about Foria, and this is an insecurity. So this is what my jealousy was founded upon. Okay. I am a very logical person. I'm very clear and concise in my speaking. I don't have a lot of emotional outbursts, and triggering emotion in me is difficult. Like, I'm very in control of my emotions. I'm very, like, I feel everything, but I choose whether or not to respond to it. I'm not a very easy to sympathize with, easy to, connect with person. Well, if you connect with me, you connect with me, but it's hard. It's not easy. It's not ubiquitous, right? And you can talk to Launce. Like, Launce is here. If you see me in real life, a lot of the time, like, there are barriers and stuff, and when I'm interacting with another person, like, I don't do unnecessary shit. I don't wear my emotions on my sleeve. I don't fucking put myself completely out there all the time. I'm not a very emotionally sympathetic person. Foria is the exact opposite. Anger, he'll express it. Sadness, he'll express it. He does this before he even thinks. Right? Emotions come out fast and hard. Cognition is not his strong suit, even though he's very smart. But cognition is not his strong suit. So initially, people get along with him a lot better. Like, he's easier to get along with. I have no shadow of a doubt. And it comes down to a saying. I don't know if you people have heard this. You people, if you guys have heard this. But it doesn't matter what you do for a person. All that they'll remember is how you made them feel. Which means I could do shit tons of everything for someone. Anything. And just because I don't sugarcoat it, or I don't small talk my way through it, or I don't exude, like, I don't fake smile at them when they fake smile at me, and they feel a certain way, they're not going to appreciate it nearly as much as if Foria does a little bit for them and fulfills all those qualities, right? Or is easily to understand emotionally. Like, he gets so happy, and they're just like, oh, I'm happy too, like, and this is how it's always been. Like, I can do so much shit, and I can, do unrealistic shit. I can do so much shit, and the person in question will just be like, oh, I don't care. I don't feel a certain way. While Foria can do nothing, and the person will be like, oh, I feel a certain way, and then they'll click with him so much more. And I have an example of this. I have a very good example of this, and I hate to, like, bring this into it, but a very clear, concise example of this. Me, Aya, Foria, and Jen Denise were all playing Dead by Daylight, right? And whenever, like, we were doing push to talk and stuff, but I was always very, like, respectful of everybody else. I was streaming, Jen Denise was streaming. So if, like, three of us were dead and I was alive, then I'd go die because, no one wants to fucking wait in the other streams, that's not a good thing. And if Jen was talking, I wouldn't talk over her. And same thing with Aya. And I do my best to accommodate the other people. As such, I don't really, I don't fucking yell or shout or blah, 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 or this or that, right? And I thought that was a nice thing to do. On the other hand, Foria was just fucking, whatever he wanted to do, he would do. And it wasn't bad shit, but, it wasn't as accommodating. It wasn't as fucking okay, this, that, whatever. And as a result, or not as a result, but the results were Jen Denise liked Foria a lot more than she liked me, right? I was a Dark Souls streamer. I was this, I was that and stuff, but apparently Jen had more in common with Foria just based on that small interaction, which is fine. It's good. Jen's absolutely wonderful. And I don't why would I, but that's how it works. Fortia's type of personality usually trumps my personality when it comes to making friends, etc. And that's completely fine, but that's something that I've always been very fuck, that sucks, because I usually just go around and do good stuff and I don't expect anything back and it's fine. I'm happy. But with Aya, she was the one person who I trusted and who I felt safe with. And I was okay just being myself. I don't know if you've read the blog post, but I felt safe being myself, right? Not going out of my way to do shit, not going out of my way to say shit. Just being there with her, just being okay, being myself. And just because I didn't exude that emotion, I felt like it was okay. Okay? So that was one of my major insecurities with Foria. It was one of the things that really, really, really hurts me a lot. It doesn't matter how much I do for a person. It only matters how I make them feel. And that's why my stream is a big thing too. It's I try and put my best foot forward and do the best to be a good streamer and stuff like that. But, and produce good content and stuff and be there for, people who need me if they need me and stuff. But sometimes people just don't like me and they're just yeah, I just, you just don't make me feel good. And I'm just all right, it hurts. It's always been something that hurts. But anyway, that was layer 3 of the story. Okay. And now we start actually getting into it. There's the introduction. So that was Foria. Okay. That was Foria. I don't know if there's anything else really. There's other stuff to say about Foria, but yeah. Yeah, let's stand up. And I'm gonna stretch and stuff, and then we're gonna get it. We're gonna get into the next part. Okay. So this part gets bad, and this is personal shit. So get ready. Yeah.
I brought you tissues.
No,
for the viewers.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Because you're going to make them cry.
Launce brought you tissues.
Actually, not this bad.
Okay. don't know why I'm putting my headphones in. I'm not listening to any music, whatever. Fuck it, let's do it. Okay. So, if you remember where we left off, we went through TwitchMates. We went through Aya. We went through Foria. And we left off with Aya's story incomplete. Okay? Jesus fuck. All right. This gets heavy. And this gets vulnerable. So, you've been warned. Aya and I broke up. And she messaged me. She said, I don't think we can be together anymore. And I was like, okay. And I was fucking devastated. I was ready there just to be like, all right, I failed. I failed. Like I didn't make it. I didn't work hard enough. I didn't do the things I could have done. Like, I didn't do enough and I fucked up. Right? Because she was super important to me. Later that night, she called me. Called me on Skype and she started talking to me. She started saying stuff. She apparently had all this clarity just out of nowhere. And I said, where did you get this from? And she said, I don't know. I just felt the need to call you and talk. And so that's what I did. And she started saying stuff like we have become so toxic to each other and it's not good for us to be together right now. And I was like, yeah. And she said, like, I can't be myself around you. You can't be yourself around me. And it's like, that's exactly how I feel and stuff. We talked and she told me, she said, I still want to be there for you. I still really, really care for you. I still love you very much. So if you need anything, I want you to be able to talk to me. And I said, I want to be able to do that same for you too. We talked a little bit more and it came to, I really want us to still be together. That's what she said. I really want us to still be together how we were back then, how we were before all of this happened. And I said, you know what, I want that too. And she said, I would like nothing more than for us to get back to who we were and get back together. And I said, okay. I said, then I'm going to do that. I said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to work really, really, really hard. I'm going to reverse all the fucking damage. It's funny, my Onyx mob just auto-hosted me. I actually talked to them and they said it was okay to tell the story. My Onyx is really good, guys. My Onyx is really good. But I'm going to work really, really hard. I'm going to reverse the fucking damage. And I'm going to make it better. That's what I'm going to do. And she said to me, she said, I would like nothing more than that. That would be really nice. And so over the next 2 weeks, week and a half, I don't know what it was, I worked so fucking hard. I worked so hard. And I was already working hard, so I was working hard. And you have to understand, in the state I was in of absolute devastation, I was sleeping 2 hours a night. I was having breathing problems, anxiety, heavy anxiety. I never had anxiety before in my life. This was worse than fight anxiety. Did I say headaches? I hope I said headaches. Headaches, migraines. I wasn't eating. I couldn't stomach anything. I was in rough shape, but every night, me and Aya would still talk. And I'd fucking put on that brave fucking face and do my very best to be like, all right, let's get back to it, Let's talk like we used to. Let me, be vulnerable and let all these barriers go. Do everything I could, Because I remember a while back remember when, okay, we're going to go back a bit. When she was like, I want you to be jealous, kind of, she said that. She also said to me, she said one thing to me. She said something very, 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 very important to remember. She said, like you have these barriers, and you know, you're not opening up to me, and it's like, I want you to open up to me. And we had this whole talk, and it's like, I don't know how. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to just be more myself. I don't know how to tell you exactly what I'm thinking when I do that already. I don't know how to do that. And then she said, like, we talk for hours, and we're just like, she's like, felt there was some barrier with me. And I tried my best to fix it. I did. And she said to me, she said, you can open up to me. You can open up to me. You can do that. I'm not going to hurt you. You're safe. You're safe with me. I'm not going to hurt you. You can open up to me. And I said, okay. And I did my very, 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 very best to do it. To absolutely just be completely open. I did. I tried. Anyway, fast forward back to present time of the story. I wasn't eating. I wasn't sleeping. There's many days I had to take off stream. And I remember every night just trying my best, and I wasn't myself. Like I was in shambles, and very few people reached out to me. Elaine reached out to me, and I talked to her sometimes, and she just gave me the best advice she could. She tried to be there for me. But there's one day, my parents had brought dinner home, and they brought dinner home, and they called me down, and I was like, I went down, I started eating dinner, and I had to stop and go back upstairs without a word, because I almost fucking started crying. I came very close to crying in front of my parents, and we don't have that sort of relationship, And I go up, and I talk to Aya, and I go to bed. And the next day, I go downstairs to give my dad something, just like a mouse pad, to give my dad something. And he asks me, he looks at me, because I probably look fucking terrible. He asks me, he says, "Are you okay?" And that's the question you can't be asked, because right then and there, I broke down crying in front of my dad, hard. Like, I couldn't control myself. And I don't cry very often. I'm very stable. I'm very in control of my emotions. I cried so hard, and he was concerned because he's my dad. My dad loves me very much. He said, "What's going on? What's wrong?" He sat me down. He's like, "What's wrong? What's happening?" I said, I'm going through a breakup. And he said to me, "You know what? If this is important to you, you're a good person. You're a very good person, and you never give up. So if this is important to you, you pursue it." And I said, "Okay, I'm going to do that." And he gave me a hug. I went back upstairs. He said he wanted to go to dinner with me the next day or two or something before I go to TwitchCon, because TwitchCon was coming up. Okay. And I end up talking to Aya, and we end up, talking about TwitchCon a little bit here and there. And we're like, how is this going to work? People don't really know we're broken up. We haven't announced it yet. Are we going to stay in the same room? Are we going to say, what's going to happen? And that's when it came out, I think. This might have happened earlier, but she told me, she said she might want to pursue Foria at TwitchCon. And at the time, I remember saying, if that's your decision, I have no right to stop you. None. I remember saying that. And we were still hanging out on Skype. And then later that night, we were Skyping, and we're still trying to make work and progress and stuff. And there's some friction between us. Not too much. There's some friction between us, but it fucking devastated me. And I just kept my face up, and she said she just wanted to go to sleep. Like, let me be very clear. This was very tough on her as well. Okay, this wasn't easy for her. This was very tough on her. Tough on her too. But she went to sleep, and I ended up calling Elaine and talking to her and just feeling really bad and terrible. And Elaine would talk to me. Elaine sat there and Elaine comforted me. Anytime I needed her, Elaine was fucking there for me. Without exception, Elaine was right fucking there. Right there with me. Anytime. Just being there. But that night, I was like, I'm going to try and go to sleep too. And at this point, I was sleeping 2 hours a night. And I couldn't sleep. I was asleep on video call. I couldn't sleep. So I decided I'm going to go for a run. It was 3 a.m., 4 a.m., pitch black. It was summer. Or it was like, September. So it was still warm-ish. It was getting cold. But I remember being like, okay. And here's where it gets rough. Okay, this is where it starts to get rough. I remember putting on my running shoes, right? Because I run 5K, 3 miles, 5K. I try and do it in 20 minutes. I can't do it now because I'm out of shape, but I remember just being like, okay, I'm going to do that. Grabbing some water, drinking some water, putting on my shoes, having a hoodie and some sweatpants, and opening my door and walking out my door and going down my driveway. And you could feel it. I could feel it. I could feel myself collapsing emotionally. I could feel it. Walking down the driveway, each step got harder and harder and harder. And by the end of the driveway, I broke down. I fell to my knees. I legit fell to my knees. I've never done that before. I fell to my knees and I cried. I cried so hard. So hard. I've never seen anyone cry that hard before. I've never, not once, not in a movie, not in a TV show, not in real life, has anyone cried that hard before. Because I howled. Like, it was a howl. It was so much. It was escaping me. It wasn't me crying. It was escaping me. And I remember having clarity. I remember trying to get up and taking a few steps and falling back down, right? And crying more. And I remember in that moment, if I wanted anybody to be with me, I remember it was just like anybody to be here because no one could hear me. I was in a neighborhood with houses. There's some houses, but they're all spaced apart. No one could fucking hear me because it was pitch black, 4 a.m. I was alone out there. If anybody could hear me, I wanted Aya to be there to comfort me. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted so badly. I got up, I took another few steps. I fell back down, and I kept doing that. I got up, I ran. And when I was running, like, it was weird what happened, but I started saying stuff like, I'm so sorry. 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 I repeated it. Or I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Over and over and over again. And there's more clarity. Things coming up. So many things coming up. Like the fact that, I am not the most amazing, super strong person that there is. I'm pretty fucking strong, man. But I'm still human and I still have weakness. I can't just take beating after beating and beat it. Like, I have capacity, I have fucking capacity. I'm human. All these things came up, and it's like how much I loved her and how much all these feelings came up, and I just kept running around and, I ran, and then I was like, fuck, I don't want to let down my family. I don't want to be a failure to my father because, I'm not supposed to be a Twitch streamer. I'm pursuing a dream. I have an engineering degree. I have business, courses. I have connections. I could go to law. You know, my family is a brown family. They very much want me to be a respected profession. There's all these things that came up, man. All these things. I don't want to let down my family. I love my family so much. You know, they've done so much for me. I can't let them down. I gotta be successful. I can't, you know, this, that, everything. With Aya, I love her so much. I did my very best. I did everything I fucking could. It wasn't enough. And maybe I should have just been a lesser human being and just been jealous from the start, or just been very selfish from the start and told her not to go after Foria, etc. And all these things and all these human qualities. And I got home. And she was still on Skype. She was sleeping on Skype. And I was happy. I said, I typed to her. I said, I'm happy. I muted my mic. I said, I'm happy that you're still awake. Very happy. Or not still awake, that you're still here. Because I wanted to type to you. And we're supposed to be more honest with each other, more open with each other. So I typed everything that I had come across in that trip, in that run right there. Everything that I've come across in that run. I typed everything. And I fell asleep. And I fell asleep for 2 hours. And I woke up and she was already gone. And she had messaged me saying, like, she will read this. She had to leave the house, but she'll read this when she can. And so she went to wherever to get her hair done. She's getting her hair done and, you know, groomed up for TwitchCon and stuff, eyelashes, etc. And she typed to me and she said, I just read this twice. And I want you to know that I want to be there for you. I had no idea, and I want to be there for you. It's going to be okay. And I typed to her. And in the morning, I had a second wave of clarity. And this clarity wasn't malicious. I didn't say anything malicious, but it was more antagonistic towards her. The second wave of clarity, the things that came out were like, for example, you know, I'm an attractive guy. I've been told I'm handsome. You know, I'm in shape. I'm capable. I'm intelligent. I'm well-spoken. I'm charismatic. I have a lot of good qualities. As such, you know, if there's a certain girl I want to be with, like I really, really want to be with, there's a lot I can do to overcome whatever to be with her, you know? But I chose you. I wanted to be with you. I didn't want to be with Elaine. I didn't want to be with Barbie. You know, but you can't get it out of your fucking head that for some reason I do. You know? Your jealousy of them has been ridiculous and you just don't understand that I chose you. And that's been so insulting. And stuff like that. And like, I loved you so much. And I don't feel like you're physically attracted to me. All these things. You know? All these things that came out. And then she responded with, what's up, Juggless? Juggless knows the story too. She responded with, I don't know what to do. I feel so helpless. And of course it's going to be hard for her, you know? She said, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And I feel like I really want to help, but I just feel so helpless. I don't know what to do. And I said, I don't want to type anymore because I like to talk. I prefer talking over typing. And I was like, I don't want to type. I want to talk. And she said, I can message you when I get home. Okay. And so I waited in my bed doing nothing. Headache, anxiety, breathing problems. She never messaged me. I went to dinner with my dad. He wanted to make sure I was okay because I wasn't eating. He bought me Tylenol. He fed me. He talked to me about the world. He was concerned for me. I was worrying him. He's concerned for me and he's worried for me, and he tried to give me the best advice he could about how the world isn't, always black and white. Sometimes it's gray. I had some coffee that night because he really wanted me to. And I get home, he drives me home, my frail, like sickly self. I remember being just like, I just felt like I was a skeleton. My dad is amazing, yeah. No, he is. My dad is literally, if I want to do anything in life, I want to say, it's okay, Dad, I did it. Like, I made you proud. Like, if I want to have any success at all in the world, it's for my dad. Because he does a lot of stuff, and he does more than anybody would ever know, not just for me, but for so many people. He is one of the best people that I've ever seen in the world. He's a very strong person, and I don't want to let him down. So the fact that I worried him really, really hurts. Anyway, I get home and I message her and I'm like, hey, what's going on? Because it's like 7, 8 p.m. or something. And she got home at like 4. And she messaged me back, like, not right away, like 30 minutes later. Like, sorry, I'm just in the middle of stuff, doing some laundry and stuff. I messaged her back being like, okay, blah, 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 this, that. She messaged me back 30 minutes later saying, yeah, it's just, blah, blah, blah. And that's how it goes. I messaged her right away. She messaged me back 30 minutes. And this goes on for a while until I'm like, I have so much anxiety right now and I can't even look at my phone. I can't stay awake for this, and so on and so forth. And she's like, you should just probably go to sleep. And then I messaged her back being like, where were you? Like, where were you? And she calls me and she's so upset and so defensive. You can just tell. And she's like, what do you mean, where were you? Like, that hurts. Right? And I was like, no. I wasn't meaning to attack you. I was not meaning to attack you. Not at all. And she says, well, just because you didn't mean to shoot me with a gun doesn't mean you didn't shoot me with a gun. And I was like, no, like, I didn't mean to attack you. I was just wondering where you were because you said you were going to be there for me and you weren't there for me. I was wondering, have things changed? Like, what's going on? And I'm so anxious and so on and so forth. And then she just responded defensively to that. And I broke down crying right there in front of her. I cried in front of her. And immediately, as soon as I did that, she changed. And she was just like, oh, like, are you okay? Like, do you want me to stay? Do you want me to leave? Like, what are you doing? Like, what's going on? Right? And I said, no, like, it's okay. You can stay. I just really wanted to express that. And she said, yeah. And then she just really wanted to be there for me. And she was. She was actually there for me. She was there for me and she talked with me despite the defensiveness at the beginning. And we talked and there was more clarity. Like, we talked about all the clarity that I had come across and all the stuff I was doing and talking about and stuff like that. And she said that. And I remember one of the things that I said to her in clarity. One of the things I said to her was like, hey, like, I know you said you wanted to pursue Foria, and I said it would be okay. But honestly, I didn't tell you that would hurt me so much. And I have no right to ask you this. I have no right at all. But please, at TwitchCon, do not pursue Foria. given the history, given like everything that we had been through, my insecurity, the jealousy, how I feel about this, how she is, etc. I was like, don't do it. Do not pursue Foria. And she didn't give me an answer. She didn't give me an answer. But what she did say, and this is important, she said, hey, when we're at TwitchCon, I'm going to take you to sushi. Because we really like sushi. Right? Me and I got along really, really well. You know, not just on a surface level, but on a deep level too. Like, I really like sushi. She likes sushi. I like climbing. She likes climbing. I like stealing stuff. Like, she likes stealing stuff. Like, we got along really, really well. And then deeper levels too. But she said, okay, when we're at TwitchCon, I'm going to take you to sushi. I'm going to take you there. There's an island. We're going to go to there together. And I said, just the two of us? She said, yeah. I said, you don't have to. You don't have to. And she said, no, I want to. I am taking you to sushi at TwitchCon. And I was like, okay. That's really nice. Thank you. And I was happy about that. And then 2 nights before TwitchCon, things were getting better, you know? It was progressing. We had broken barriers. We had progressed really far. And one thing she said earlier was like she couldn't open herself up sexually to me anymore. And I said, that's fine. But 2 nights before TwitchCon, she ended up doing it. We ended up, doing fun stuff over Skype. And it wasn't forced. It was just natural. But it happened. And at that point, I was just like completely like, okay, maybe it's okay. I think I've worked hard enough where it's okay. I think we've done it. Like, it's fine. I've recovered. We're stable-ish enough. And she said she would see me at TwitchCon. And I said, yeah. I'll see you at TwitchCon. Okay. And so there's a few more, like, it doesn't end soon. We're about halfway through the story. But so far, everybody good? Everybody caught up? Because here's where it gets really bad. You think it's bad before? This is where it gets really fucking bad. How do we feel? I feel fine. I feel completely fine. It's just telling the story, is how it is. Okay. TwitchCon. There's a bunch of us going to TwitchCon. Shwilala, Harley, Faye, Mooney, Mr. Emi, Fisky, Foria, myself, Aya, Cardew, Launce, Barbie, Manskill, Pie Guys, and one more person I forgot. Someone that I forgot. I think. And so it was like a 9-hour flight for me, 9-hour travel time, 2 flights, and I was very excited to go. I remember recording a vlog. I still have one vlog about how excited. I think I published that one actually. How excited I was to go and meet everybody. But really, I just wanted. Oh, and tip. That's what I forgot. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. But I really just wanted to go see Aya. And I remember just being really excited. And I forgot one part. Before TwitchCon, Launce actually reached out to me, called me, and he tried to comfort me. He did a terrible fucking job. He did a terrible job. But he was trying to. He was one of the people who reached out and was like, "Hey, like listen." Like he presented it to me very logically, and he was completely right. He was completely right. But at the time, I was just in shambles and I couldn't hear it. But I was so long gone that it didn't work. But he was one of the few people that reached out to me, that actually talked to me. He tried, man. Him and Elaine, they fucking tried. Elaine did better, but Launce, he was there. He was one of the few people that did. Anyway, at TwitchCon, at TwitchCon, 8 hours flight, whatever. I get there. I get to the airport, and I know Aya's the first one at the house because the house is in her name. But Launce and Barbie picked me up from the airport, and I'm like, that's a little bit strange, That's a little bit strange. What's going on? And I meet Launce and I meet Barbie, and it's really nice because Launce is a fucking milk boy. But he's warm. There's something warm about Launce. There's something just like I've met him, and I've met him 17 lifetimes in a row. And there's just something that's just close between Launce. You can just feel it. And Barbie gives me a hug. I didn't expect the hug, but Barbie gives me a hug. And we drive to the house. And we get there, and I remember Launce knocking on the door, and I remember like I felt something bad was going to happen. And Aya opens the door, and Launce scares her right there, and she like freaks out. And they walk in, and I'm like, fuck, I really want to say hi to her. But she gives me a hug. She says, "How are you?" during the hug. And she's short. She's 5 feet, and I'm not tall, but I'm 5'8", 5'9". So there's definite like headroom between us. But she gives me a hug, and then she fucking scurries away. Like she legit scurries because she's like 5 feet. So like a little dog, she like scurries away. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, I have this like optimism and hope in my head. And so I go and sit down beside her, and I'm like, hey, like I start talking to her, like trying to talk to her and be like, hey, look, what's going on? What's happening? And she wasn't cold to me, but she was unresponsive. And it was weird. It made me feel tense. It made me feel like, fuck. Like I'm fucking up, man. This isn't good. And it wasn't working. Like we just weren't. I remember Launce was doing card tricks for us and stuff, trying to make everybody happy, and it was nice. But Cardu was there and Faye was there, and it's just like I just really wanted some time alone with her, but it just wasn't working. She wasn't having it, and I was just like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's wrong. So me, Launce, and Barbie went to Walmart to pick up some food, okay? Because we needed to eat that night. And I ended up telling Launce and Barbie everything. Just everything that had happened. Because Launce knew and Barbie knew too. But I told them everything. And I remembered like Launce was in the... he's just trying to cheer me up. But like Launce was just fucking with me. And I started fucking with him. And I started like putting apples in his pocket. And he started yelling rape. And I just kept putting apples in his pocket, and no one fucking cared. But anyway, in that moment, I was like, I know what I have to do. I have to put everything down on the fucking line. Absolutely everything down on the fucking line. Okay? I have to go and I have to say, I can't wait for opportunities. I have to say shit, right? I have to do shit, right? So... I go and I buy some like pie, some pumpkin pie, because I know Aya likes pumpkin pie, and I buy some ketchup because She likes ketchup too. And I bring them back and I go back to the house. And in the period that we were out at Walmart, everybody else got there. So Fitz got there, Fortia got there, Mr. Amy got there, right? Manskill got there, Pie Guys got there, Schweels wasn't there yet. I think Harley got there. Like a shit ton of people got there. Okay. And so I get back and I'm like, hey, like where's Aya? And they said, oh, she went to go get pizza with Fortia. And I'm like, oh fuck, okay. So we wait and she gets back and I go up to her. I say, hey, I got you this stuff. And she's like, oh, thank you. And she gives me a hug and I'm like, we need to talk. And she looked at me and she says, yeah, we do. And so we go outside. And we go like one house over to a little lawn thing. And we're sitting on a chair. And I remember I'm sitting on a chair and she's sitting on a chair. And I'm like looking at her. I'm talking to her. And I'm saying like, hey, like what's going on? You know, like I feel like I can't express myself around you. And this was our whole problem to begin with. I want to be honest. I want to be free. I want to talk to you. But I feel like I'm saying the wrong things. And I feel like you know, I can't be myself around you at all because you won't let me. And she starts talking and says, Fortia asked me out on a date tomorrow and he wants to room with me. Okay. And I say, no. Like, no. That's not right. That's not good. He's not right for you. And she says, you don't know that. It's fair enough. Sure. And you can see she's starting to pull away from me. And I start saying to her, like, no, like, look, like, hey, like, I'm here right now. It's been 6 months since I've seen you, since you've seen me. I'm here right fucking now. And yeah, we've had some trouble and stuff, but we've made progress and we're like, that's what it is. That's what a relationship is, you know? Is that you fucking fight. You spend every day and you make the choice to be with each other because of that love. You know, it's not always easy and we haven't been able to solve our problems. We didn't know what what was wrong until now. Now we can fix it. Like, it's fine. You know? And even if not, either way, if you don't want to be with me, fine, but not him. Not right now. Don't do it. I said, like, I love you, and I love you so much. And I'm here, and I'm doing everything I can. I remember I got down off the chair, and I was like, you know, she's still pulling away from me. And I said, like, fuck, like, this isn't working. Like, I'm getting physical signs of pulling away. I said, let's go for a walk. And so we went for a walk, and I said, I have to lay everything down on the line. But let me ask you first, like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? You know? And she said, because I have to get back to myself. After all this, I don't feel like myself. And I don't feel like myself with you. But I don't feel that way around him. And I was like, there has to be another way. Like, you know, there has to be another way. And she says, I don't know. Like, I have to do this. And I say, you know what? If you have to do this, I'm not going to argue. If you have to do this, but you make sure you have to do this, and I'm going to make sure too. And I'm going to put everything fucking down on the line. Everything fucking down on the line. And I rehashed everything. How much I love her, how much I care for her. You know, planning to move to California, everything I've been doing, everything I've been saying, everything we've had together, the whole, you know, I'm the one that's right for you and he's just a coping mechanism kind of thing. The whole time in Canada, this, that, how she's important to me. You know, how she's the person that I connected with. Launce, thanks for the resub. She's the one who's important to me, right? And she looks at me and she says, and then I try as much as I can with different things, romantic stuff, You know, like I look at the stars and I say like, hey, like, you know, we sit down on the sidewalk. She's in a dress, so she's a little bit cold. But we look at the stars and it's like, you know, we never got to do this in Calgary, but I always wanted to look at the stars with you. She says, yeah, it's nice, even though there's like street lamps and shit. And I say to her, I say, you know, I could go to every single one of those stars and it would be nothing to me at this moment because you wouldn't be there with me. And I say stuff like that. And it's like, you know, it's nice stuff. It's nice stuff. And then I look at her and, you know, she looks at me and I say, like, look, listen, Foria, like, he can't kiss you like I can. I say some other stuff and she says, can you? And so I kiss her. And we break the kiss and she looks at me and I say, or she says, I didn't feel anything. And I'm like, fuck. And then so right there, I'm like, okay, gotta recover. And I say like, okay, it's been a while between us. You know, it's been like 6 months. We've been away from each other. There's been trauma between us. It probably will take more than one kiss before we're good. You know. And then we talk a little bit more, and then it's finally just established. It's just like there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. And I say, you know what? Okay, fine. If you have to do this, then you do this. And I acknowledge that you have to do this, and I acknowledge that in part, this was caused by me. So I'll take responsibility, and I will make it as easy as possible for you to do this. For you and Foria to be together during this trip. And other people aren't going to know what's going on. But if they have a problem with you, if they try and, you know, hurt you or whatever, I'll take responsibility. I will do that. And I will stay away in the background because this is going to hurt me so much. But I'll deal with it. And then one of the things she said to me was, I'm afraid, I'm scared. I said, of what? I'm scared that you're not going to love me anymore after this. And right then and there, I was like, I got to do my best to love her through all of this. In my mindset, I said, I have to do my best to love her through all of this. How fucking audacious, man. Yeah, she knew this was going to hurt me. She knew this was going to kill me. And I said, can I kiss you one more time? And she looked at me and we kissed. And this time she did feel it because her breathing changed. Her body language changed, you know. Everything changed. There was a reaction within her. And we broke the kiss and we walked back. And we walked back to the house and it was dark because we'd been talking for a while. Oh, and by the way, this whole conversation, Foria had called her on her phone probably about 3 times. Just for reference. But we get back inside and Foria is the only one downstairs laying on the couch. And they'd got me a gluten-free pizza. So I get that and I go upstairs and she like scurries over to him and like kneels down right beside him with their faces really close. Really close. And I go upstairs, right? And I sit beside Cardew and Pie Guys, the only other 2 people awake. There might have been another person, but I remember Cardew and Pie Guys. And I remember just being fucking devastated because I had gone to breakup to possible recovery to fucked to possible recovery to fucking fucked again. This was the end all be all. I was done. I was fucked. I was destroyed. I had given it everything I had. And my nightmare was coming true. This was my nightmare. This was the worst possible thing that could fucking happen to me in the entire TwitchCon's trip. Nothing could be worse. Nothing could be worse. It was fucking coming true. Everything I had feared everything I had feared was coming true. Every time I had said to her, like, hey, you can go with Foria first, it was coming true. Everything that was like, hey, like, fuck, I'm going to trust them and it's going to be okay, it was coming true. Everything that was like, no, people actually like me for me and not just because Foria has emotions, blah, blah, blah. That was fucking being fed into, right? I remember, like, I was destroyed. I remember sitting beside Cardew and Pie Guys, and I was clearly fucked up. I remember I was going to room with Cardew. Because, me and Cardew, we cool. Me and Cardew, we cool. He's one of my first viewers. He's always been there for me. Cardew's the best, man. And he said he's going to go to bed. And I said, okay, where's our room? And he said, downstairs to the right. I said, okay, I'll come find it. I wasn't thinking, but I said, I'll find it. And he went downstairs. And he came back upstairs 2 seconds later. And he said, we can't sleep down there right now. And I said, why not? And Cardew told me, he said, it sounds like two people are having sex. And I fucking died in that moment. Cardew was right there and I died in that moment. I didn't know how to express my emotion in that moment because I was done. I was done. And Pie Guys got up, and this was one of our only interactions because I really liked Pie Guys. And he puts his hand on my shoulder. He looks at me. He like makes like a face being like, I'm so sorry. And he goes and he walks and he goes to bed. And I don't remember what Cardew did, but there was a master bedroom because everybody was like bunking in like 4 per room or something. And we were keeping a master bedroom open because there was a master bathroom in there with a jacuzzi. And I just went into that room. I put my shit down. I took that room. I put my shit down, and I called Elaine on Skype. I called Elaine on Skype, and I just died to Elaine. I just fucking died, and this is why Elaine's one of the best people in the world, because she sat there with me. Like I was a mess. I was a fucking mess. And she just sat there with me until I fell asleep. And I fell asleep for 2 hours, maybe 1.5, because I couldn't sleep. And I woke up and she was still there. And she was just trying to get me to be okay. She was trying to get me to be all right. She was trying to be like, okay, like you just really, like, look, it's done. It's over. You and her aren't together. You just need to do your best to enjoy the trip. Like this can still be salvaged. You need to do this for you. You need to do this for you. And I said, I can't. Like, I don't know what to do, right? And she just talked me through it. She sat there and she sat there and she talked me through it. And I was being unreasonable as fuck, like I was with Launce, because I was a mess. But she was there and she fucking talked me through it. And the next day, right, or the next day and several hours, because I was awake 22 hours a day, every fucking day, while people were asleep. Right? I remember saying, okay, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my fucking best. And I go downstairs. I see Foria and Aya in the kitchen. I grab an apple. I ignore them. I walk outside. I sit beside Fisk. I sit down beside Fisk. And I talk with him. And I laugh with him. And everything's fine. Let's have fun. And I do things that are entertaining and fun. I climb shit and so on. And I try and make the best of my situation for both me and for everyone there. Because it's a long trip for some people. And I don't want their trip to ruin because of my shit. Right? So I make sure that I don't put my shit on any of the other people. And they have a good time. Okay? And that's day 1 of TwitchCon. Okay, here's where it goes. So over the next 4 days, we're going to break TwitchCon into parts as well. Okay, we're going to go over the people first. There's, of course, Aya and Foria, and we'll get to them later. There were the people who weren't really there for me, who kind of just watched shit happen, who kind of just like sat there and realized what was happening, but then didn't want to involve themselves in the situation, so just pretended that it didn't exist. Fisk, Manskill, Tip, Faye, Harley. I even talked to Harley about it. She didn't want anything to do with it. Pi. There's a bunch of people. And then there are the people who were there for me. Okay? And this is one of the reasons why I'm actually very happy. Because the people who were there for me were there for me. They were there for me. They were there for me. Barbie and Launce knew exactly what was going on, right? And there's times where I was just like, I would have to go and just be alone because I couldn't take being okay. And they would come out and they would find me, right? And Launce would give me a hug. And Barbie would just give me a hug too. And they would just do the best they could to make sure I was okay. They'd offer to take me places. They'd bring me food. They brought me carrots, and they would do more. They would talk to me about Aya. Barbie would talk to me about Aya. Barbie would say, like, I've seen her with Foria. They don't have much chemistry. They're boring. There's nothing. And it would give me hope. It would not like bad hope, but it would make me feel better. It would make me feel like I wasn't so worthless. I wasn't just used up and thrown away again. It would make me feel like I was, it was just a mistake on Aya's part. It would be okay. Right? They took care of me 100%. And that's why I will never, ever, 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 I will never forget what they did. Never. No matter what happens. Launce could fucking do some stupid shit and I'd still be his friend because of that moment. It's very, very important. They were there for me, right? When other people weren't, and they didn't have to be. They didn't have to be, man. They could have done their own shit. I was fucking intruding upon their honeymoon, but they came and they took care of me. Right? And then there was Elaine. I talked to Elaine every night pretty much. Sometimes Criminal was there. She made time to talk to me. And I was just doing the same shit. I was just crying over and over. I was probably the most annoying person in the world to deal with because I would not listen to reason. And I was in so much pain. It was like endless amounts of pain that I was exuding. And she would just take it all up. And she would just be there after that. She it was probably wearing on her, but she was still there. She never stopped. Right? She was flying between Australia and Malaysia, and she was fucking there. Right? She was there. And on day 5, day 4, day 3, one of the days, Cardew came up to me and he asked me, he said, "Is everything okay?" And I said, "No, man, like, no." Right? And then he's like, "Okay, what's going on?" And we went and we talked outside for 2 hours. And I told him the entire situation. And Cardew said, he's like, "Holy fuck, I had no idea." And he's like, "I'm so sorry I didn't ask earlier." And I was like, "No, it's okay." And then from there on, Cardew was there for me the whole fucking time. Cardew took me places. He took me to get gluten-free food. I was with Cardew all the time. I was always in the front seat. He was always the driver. We went everywhere together, just doing stuff together. And like, that was his time to spend with everybody else. And he was spending that shit with me. He was taking care of me, right? He didn't need to do that, man, but he did. And he went even further. Like, he did everything he could. There's times where Cardew would because Cardew was rooming right next to them. And Cardew would say he's like, "Yeah, this morning I like walked out of my room and I grunted really loud just to make it really awkward for them." And I was just like, oh my God. Right? And then Cardew would just be like Foria would be doing something and Cardew would just like take a coin out of his ear and be like, "Hey," just to make it really weird and awkward for Foria, just like little things like that. Right? And like once Cardew was like, "Hey man, I can if you want, I can fucking take out his legs. Or I can hold him down while you beat the shit out of him. And I was like, Cardew, I'm not going to attack. I'm not going to beat the shit out of him. But Cardew was there to be like, I'll fuck up Foria with you. And lastly, one of the things he said was, he said, you know, man, if you want, I can go and loudly masturbate on their door for you. And I was just like, no, it's okay. Like, thank you. But like, nah, man, that's fine. That's fine. And it was nice. It was nice, but it was like completely fine. I'm waiting for chat to catch up for this one because that was fucking hilarious. And there's like nights where like me and Cardi, we just went out on the mountain, right? And we just fucking, you know, we just like, we just looked at the city at night and it was really pretty. And we just ate food. And we just went home. That was it. Me and Cardi hung out. And it was like one of the things that got me through that trip. Right, one of the things that got me through that trip, without me throwing myself off the balcony, because there's a thought at during that trip where I was like, if I was a weaker person, I would have thrown myself off the balcony by now, because you guys still don't know how it goes. And lastly, there's Mooney. Okay, now I want to be very clear. Mooney's a very good friend of mine. We don't get along on a lot of things. Like, we're not the same people by any means. But Mooney knew about this before it was happening, and I had fucking talked to Mooney beforehand. And he said to me, he said, you know, if you need anything, I'm going to be there for you. If you want to talk, I'll be there. I'll be there. And I even told him about Foria, and he knew. So I knew him and I had been talking and stuff. And he said, I have to be there for you, and I have to be there for Aya too. And so when Mooney got there, the world just lightened up because Launce and Barbie weren't always there. Like, Launce wasn't sleeping overnight all the time. Barbie wasn't staying overnight at the house all the time, right? Cardew can only do so much. Mooney had, like, you know, he was a streamer and he knew more people, so he had charisma and influence and he could talk and he was more of a presence. So feeling comfortable with Mooney there was really, really nice for me. And there was a lot of times where Mooney saved me, where I was like, hey, I need your help. And he was like, let's go talk. But the one thing Mooney did, which hurt me so much, was he seemed to not want to do anything with me. And I talked to him about this, and we're still friends, me and Mooney. But, you know, I felt like he abandoned me because he wouldn't avoid me, but he wouldn't be there for me, you know? He wouldn't do it. And like, he was the one person that could have stopped everything from happening the way it did. He was the one fucking person, but he didn't do it. And I asked him why, and he said, because I had to be there for both you and Aya. And we can go into that later, but those were the people that were there for me. Okay? Those were the people that were there for me. Everybody else, nothing. Nothing. Not a thing. Faye would be nice to me. She'd touch me a lot. Got really annoying after a while, but she was nice. Nothing else. And so we start from day one of TwitchCon. We start from day one of TwitchCon, okay? Oh, okay, let's take a quick break, because this is where this is it starts to get really bad. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. So I'll be right back, take a piss, etc. 1 second. Fuck, I wish I put like chat on the screen for the VOD so that people could see the shit you're saying. Um, okay. All right, I hope everybody's back. Oh, I'm a bit hungry. Okay, day 1 of TwitchCon. Okay, or I guess day 2 technically, when we wake up in the morning talking to Fisk, etc. So those were the people that supported me. Over the next 4 days, Aya showed me little signs of affection here and there. She'd come scratch my head. She'd buy me gummies. She'd give me a hug every now and then. And I was trying to stay away from her. So, this was very confusing to me. I was like, what's going on? And that's fine. That's okay, I guess. Foria would talk to me like nothing fucking happened. And I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, to maintain the peace, I was just like, yeah, I talked to him back like nothing fucking happened. And it was the weirdest fucking shit. Launce was there, Cardu was there, they saw it. Barbie was there, she saw it. It was so weird. Right? And during those first 4 days, Aya came up to me. We bumped each other in the hallway or something. We bumped into each other. And I asked her how she was doing. And she said she was okay. Or she asked me how I was doing. I said, I'm okay. How are you doing? And she said she was okay. Like her foot hurts, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, like, how are you doing? And she said, I shouldn't have asked, because she said, I don't know. I said, what do you mean you don't know? She said, I don't know what to think. I said, about what? She said, about everything, about you. I said, what do you mean? She says, I'm not over you. And I was just like, okay. And she said, but we can't talk about it here. And I was like, okay, well, I'm in the same house as you. We can talk whenever you want. She said, okay. And we went our separate ways. Right? And then there was other days and stuff. And there was one day where we went out to dinner. I remember this very, very, very specifically. We went out to a sushi restaurant. Not the sushi restaurant that me and I were going to go to, but a different sushi restaurant, all of us. I remember I was sitting with Mooney, Pie Guy, Schweels. Yeah, Schweelala got there. Everybody. And on the other side of the table was Fisky, Foria, Aya, like way over there. We were way over here. And I remember just like being there and like hearing her talk. And like I had promised to buy her a meal at TwitchCon since she got partnered, so I was going to buy her a meal. I think I ended up actually buying her like a really expensive meal because she wanted to out-eat Cardu, which wasn't going to happen. Cardu's no bitch. But I remember her being like not herself, like a completely different person, right? Just a completely different person. And it disturbed me so much because earlier she told me like her dreams had a way of like becoming reality a little bit or manifesting in some way, but she felt like she saw 2 people die in her dream. And I was like, that must be her dying, and that must be the part of me that loves her dying with it, because she was not herself. I see a lot of beauty in people, and I've seen beauty in Aya, but all I saw that night was terrible things. It wasn't malicious. It was just really bad qualities, fake, horrible qualities. And so I went outside. Like I had to get up. I got up and I left mid-meal. And I called Launce, and I was like, Launce, like I called Launce. I was like, Launce, I can't take this. I can't do it. Like, I had to talk to him. I had to vent. I had to talk to him. And I talked to her. I was like, I can't take this. She's not being herself. This is way too much for me. And him and Barbie were driving at the moment. And then they calmed me down a little bit. I went back inside. I sat down. We made it through the rest of the meal. I paid for her meal. I went outside. I went back and got into Cardu's car. She thanked me, and it seemed like it was out of guilt. And then we went home. Barbie was asleep. Okay. We went home, back to the house. That night I slept, and I called Elaine, and I talked. I didn't sleep. Of course I didn't sleep. And then and there I decided I can't watch her do that to herself. Whatever she was fucking doing, I can't watch her do that to herself. And I wasn't going to. I said, I'm done. I'm not hoping for shit anymore. I'm not going to be entangled with her at all anymore. I'm just done. I'm going to enjoy the rest of the trip. And Elaine said, yeah, that's good. And I said, I'm going to go tomorrow morning and I'm going to say 2 things to her, and then I'm just not going to expect anything else and be fucking done and try and make the most of the rest of the trip. So next morning I get up, I text her. I'm like, hey, I need to talk to you. A few hours later, she gets up, she talks, we go outside and we sit down. And she says, what's up? I start talking to her. I say, like, I'm so scared that you're losing yourself, that the person in your dream, the people that are in your dream that are dying are you and the part of me that loved you, because that wasn't you at that restaurant. And I don't care what happens, etc., but do not throw yourself away. I don't want you to lose yourself. I said this to her. And she looked at me, and there was a calm about her. There's always a calm about her when she woke up. Later on in the day, it got a lot worse. She looked at me and she said to me, she said, I will always be the person that you fell in love with. And yeah, I was like, okay, fine. She said, that's a very private person. I said, yeah, but that's not who you are. That's who you are with me, but that's not who you are with Foria. And she said, you don't know that. And I was like, okay, fair enough. I said, the second thing I wanted to say is, will you please go hang out with me just for an hour or two before the end of the trip? Let's just hang out for a little bit before the end of the trip. And she said, okay. Or she said, okay. And I said, are you sure? And she said, I don't know. And I said, well, like, can you just say yes or no? And she said, I don't know. I was like, okay. And then I got up and I was going to walk away, but she stayed sitting down. She stayed sitting down. And so I sat back down with her, and that was a mistake, because I sat down back down beside her. I said, what's going on? And she said, I'm just so stressed. I'm so stressed because I have a car and, like, I have to drive everybody around, and, like, okay, Cardu had a car, she had a car. I have to drive everybody around, and I feel so responsible for everybody, and TwitchCon's coming up and I don't know what to do, or, blah, blah, blah. And she was just stressed. And I said, you know what? Let's just fucking, like, that's not good. That's not good. I said, you know what? Let's just go away. Let's just go away. Just for a day or two. Me and you, let's just go away. Let's just go get out of here. Right? She said, what good will that do? I said, you know what? Like, I can't guarantee that'll do any good, but staying here right now is not doing you good, apparently. So just take a chance with me. And she said, but I have a car, and, like, like, they need to get around and stuff. And I said, they can Uber. Or, you know what? I have money. I'll rent them a car. If I don't spend money on what's important to me, then there's no reason to have money at all. And she said, I'll think about it. And I said, fine, you think about it. But you get back to me. I'm not going to find you. You come find me. Because I'm not going to find you with Foria. No, you come find me. Right? And I'll rent a hotel. I'll sleep on the floor. I don't give a fuck. We can go to a cafe. Like, it's fine. But you come find me, and you don't wait till the end of the trip, because that means you don't have to answer. And that's just going to keep me waiting. And she said, okay, she would. And I said, okay. And then we got up and we went inside. And for reference, she never did come find me. She kept me waiting the whole time. So now, TwitchCon, the actual con begins. Okay, the day before the con, I go with Launce and Barbie to get my pass, right? To get my partner pass, and Launce is getting his pass, Barbie's getting her pass. You know, we're getting this on. I see Livy B in line, and I can't bring myself to fucking talk to her or anything. And I realize that I'm gonna have to be around people. I remember this moment very clearly because I realize I'm gonna have to be around people. I'm gonna have to talk to people and interact with people and be okay with people and, you know, be doing like, I'm going to have to be a person here. And I remember in the bathroom with Launce, like I'm fucking pacing, like I can't breathe. It's getting hard. It's getting difficult. And Launce is like, what's wrong? He's trying to calm me down. He's like, what's wrong? Just calm down. Just calm down. Like, what's wrong? And I walk out of the bathroom and I'm walking straight towards Foria because I knew in that moment I was going to break his fucking ribs. I was going to hurt him so bad. Like, he's big. He's 6'5", but I was going to break his ribs. I knew exactly where to hit him because he's not bulky. He's not strong. He's soft. He's weak. It's pathetic. I was going to hurt him. And Launce came and he stopped me and he's like, no, it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. You know, it's not a good idea. And it's not, you know, I'm from Canada. He's from Sweden. I would have been deported so fucking fast. It would have been bad, but he calmed me down. He stopped me. There's another place where Launce, you know, saved me. And then we just had to continue that day at TwitchCon, just walking around with Cardew, me, Launce, Barbie, and the people who were getting their partner passes. And I remember another moment clearly. Okay. We were like overlooking like a really beautiful, nice like scene. There's the ocean and we were on a dock, right? And we were just fucking around. Like there's some rocks down below, and I just climbed down there because I just felt like it. And someone said something about like doing a headstand on one of the rocks, and it was dangerous as fuck, and I would have gotten all my shit wet and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah, I think I could. And then Foria looks at me and he's like, I bet you can't. And I was like, fuck you. And I went and I did a headstand on that rock. And people were like, don't do it. Stop. Don't do it. Right? But fuck Foria if he says that in his position. That's some fucking bullshit. But I did that headstand. And I got back up. And Aya avoided looking at me completely. And so the con went on. TwitchCon went on. Yeah, Cardew was there. And the second day, fucking, you know, I just bursts into my room. Just right before we go. Bursts into my room. And, like, I'm shocked. Like, I'm like, what's going on? And then she sits down. And so, like, I sit down with her. And, she starts talking to me and she starts saying, I'm so stressed. I want to do stuff for my stream and stuff, but I feel like we're doing too much Twitch-based stuff. And I don't want to drive around everybody around, and I don't want to be responsible for driving them back. And I want to stay later. And there's a Dead by Daylight dinner and blah, blah, blah. And she was just talking to me. Right. And she looked at me eagerly for a response. And this is something she did often lately, because I remember looking back at her being like, what the fuck do I do? I can't touch you. How am I supposed to touch you right now? I can't hug you. I can't kiss you. I can't tell you it's all going to be okay because I can't guarantee that. I can't do any of that. All I can do is I can give you a solution to your problem, and I know you don't want to hear that. So that's what I did. I gave her a solution, and she said that doesn't help. And I was like, what the fuck else do you want me to do? Like, what do you fucking want me to do? That's what was going on in my head, because that's exactly what she did. She came, she wanted comfort from me. She didn't allow me to give it to her. She set me up for failure. She fucked me over like that over and over again so many times, and it felt terrible. After that, she gave me a hug and she left. And immediately after that, I was like, fuck, I should make it easier for her because I said I would. I called Launce. I talked to Launce. I told him the situation, and Launce said he would take care of it. And Launce dealt with shipping people to TwitchCon and back, and it gave Aya and me time to do Twitch stuff because we were the bigger streamers there, right? And she got mad at me for that. She said, "You told Launce?" And I was like, "Oh no, I didn't tell him anything. I just said, take people to TwitchCon and back." She got upset with me for that. So we go to TwitchCon and that's all good. That's all fine. And it's just, just friction and stuff between us. And the next morning, I have a lot of clarity. And I realize one of the reasons I'm so sad is because I'm losing my best friend. I'm losing the person who I talked to, who I confided in, who I was there for, who was there for me, who I trusted everything. I'm losing that person. And I really, 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 really want to express that. So I message her in the morning. I'm like, hey, can we talk? And she doesn't wake up until noon. I'm up at like 4 a.m. I sleep from like 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. or 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. I don't know. But I message her. And I'm like, can we talk? And oh no, sorry, before that. Sorry, there was one day before that. Sorry, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. But there's one day before that. And there was the last day of TwitchCon. And we go to the beach, all of us. And that's actually, if you've seen my blog, that's where that picture is from, with me and Cardew doing headstands. We go to the beach. And Aya and Foria have just started being more affectionate to each other. Like they're touching each other and they're hanging out with each other and they're in the center of everything and they're just being together and stuff. Lady Zoe, thanks for the host. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to have fun with Cardew. And that's exactly what we did. Me and Cardew were just, fucking around. We did headstands with the tide coming in and seeing who would, be able to stay longest with the tide fucking us up and stuff. And, we chased around Mooney and like, it was fun. Like I had fun. But I remember Mr. Emi there saying to me, and I remember like when I had seen Mr. Emi for the first time, I had been like, hey man, it's so nice to meet you. Like you're one of the people that I was looking forward to seeing for the longest fucking time. Like I'm so excited to see you and like meet you for the first time. And he said, yeah, like me too. Right. And I remember him being there at the beach looking at me. And he said, see, it's not so bad, is it? You have to enjoy the good things in life. And I looked at him and I said, you have no idea what I'm going through. And he shrugged. He didn't even try and ask what I was going through. Not at all. Nothing. He was just like, be better. That's pretty much all he did. And I remember just having a lot of fun with Cardew and Mooney and everybody. And we took good pictures and Fisky took a few of us and stuff. And it was nice. And I remember like that day or somewhere around that day, I gave Fisk like my Twilight Princess action figure because I don't really care for that stuff, but he really did. So I brought it specifically for him. I brought him a Twilight Princess action figure from the Zelda game, the Wii U game. And I gave it to him and it seemed like it was okay, right? So it was going okay. I was accepting it. I was accepting like, okay, like fuck, like whatever. I can get through this, But anyway, the next day I realized I was like, fuck, I feel bad because like whatever, she wants to be happy, whatever makes her happy, sure, whatever. And it sucks for me because it hurts, but she should be happy. But I don't want to lose my best friend. So I messaged her and she didn't wake up till noon. And that day we were going to the beach. And then so, I see her in the hallway. I was like, you get my message? She's like, yeah. I was like, I just wanted to express some stuff to you. She's like, okay, we can talk after the beach. Like she said, okay, we can talk after the beach. You know, we have to leave in like 15 minutes. And I'm sorry I slept so late. And I was like, okay, like no problem. So we go to the beach. And this beach was cold, so I didn't get in the water. I just did fucking headstands for hours upon hours upon hours upon hours. And I think Pony Punch was there. I didn't talk to Pony yet, but Pony Punch was there. Or he got there when we were leaving. But yeah, I get to the beach and I'm just doing headstands and stuff. We're trying to do handstands, like full handstands, trying to learn how to do handstands because I really wanted to learn how to do them. And there's a point where, and like this is where I felt a little bit betrayed because Mooney and Foria went off and played basketball and we're all like buddy. And I was like, Mooney, like, fuck, man. I don't know how you can be there for me and at the same time be laughing with Foria, one of the people who's causing me so much pain. But anyway, Mooney and Foria were playing basketball. And so I went and I sat down beside Aya. And I said, like, hey, it's okay if we talk later, right? And she said, why can't we talk now? Why does it have to be so awkward between us? Like, very defensive. And then, like, I said to her, you know, I just like, I wanted to have time to express myself when we're at the beach. I don't want to get interrupted and stuff. And she said to me, she said, I just don't want any negativity from you. And I said, in my head, I'm like, when the fuck have I ever been negative? When have I ever been negative? I'm not a negative person, ever. You know? Why the fuck would I be negative? Why? And then I said, listen, you don't have to talk if you don't want to. And then she said to me, no, I'll talk, but I'm dreading it. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, what am I even doing? You know, like, what the fuck did I do? You know, what did I do to deserve this? I'm like bending over backwards in so much pain to accommodate you. And you're being so ridiculous to me. But I said, okay, we'll talk later. And we stayed at the beach and then we went home. And, I remember at that point, like Tip was trying to talk to me a little bit. And I felt like this is where I was like, I can't talk to Tip. Like I want to open up about this. But at the same time, I said I would make it as easy as possible for everyone here. So I never told Tip what was really going on. I just said I was in a bad place, man. I felt bad because, you know, Tip reached out to me. But when we got home from the beach, we were going to a movie that night. We're going to a movie with Pony Punch, okay? We get home and I said to Aya, like, hey, can we still talk? And she said, yeah, after we shower. So I'm like, okay, I take a 20-minute shower. She takes an hour. We leave in an hour and 15 minutes. And Launce and Barbie are in my room, right, talking to me. And I'm like, hey, like, hi. Talking to them and stuff. And then she comes up after like an hour, opens my door, looks at Launce and Barbie, turns around, scurries the fuck away. And I have to like bolt out and catch her and be like, what are you doing? Like, hey, I wanted to talk all day. Like, what's going on? And she said, oh, you were talking to Launce and Barbie. I was like, no, I was waiting for you. Right? And then she comes upstairs and we sit down and I can tell she does not want to talk. And I'm like, are you sure you want to talk? And she's like, yes. And so we sit down and I say like, hey, like I just wanted to express to you, like I had some clarity this morning and it's faded over time, but I really just wanted to express to you, I feel like I'm losing my best friend and I don't want to. And she looks to me like dead stare. And she says, well, I lost mine a long time ago, referring to me, but also very defensive. And I'm just like, holy fuck, like Jesus. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, again, I'm sorry. I just wanted to express that and whatever happens and so on. Like, I don't want to lose you. I really don't. And she looked at me and she said, well, then don't be like Tip. Don't be like Tip. And that, nothing against Tip, but that was insulting as fuck to me. That was beyond insulting. From all of the stuff I've been through with her, the restraining order, her ex, the scandal, this, that, everything. Being there for her through everything, all odds. And she says, don't be like Tip. You don't want to lose me? Don't be like Tip. It's insinuating that I am being like Tip. And I was so insulted. And I was like, you know what? Fine. Sorry. And I was like, let's go to the movie. And I can't have that guac. She gets up and we go to the movie. And she doesn't, we get to the movie and it's Pony Punch and Von Swan were there. And we watched this shit movie, this terrible ass fucking movie. It's like a claymation weird movie. I don't know. It felt like a Lemony Snicket movie. I don't remember what it was. But her and Foria don't sit with us. They sit way up there. And we sit together. And I just get along so well with Pony Punch. I think that's the first time I met Pony Punch, and me and Pony Punch, we just click. Even though we're watching a movie, me and Pony, we just click. And this was probably the second or third time I've met him, but I hadn't actually sat beside him because we saw him at TwitchCon too. But he's got like the rings in his ears, and he does snus, and he just looks like some white kid and stuff. And it's just like we just get along really well, and it's like, holy fuck, I like Pony. But yeah, after the movie, we're like, how was that? And we're like, it's terrible. And they're like, oh, like Aya and Forti actually really like the movie or something. I don't know. But we get back and we go home. And I think we go out to eat after. And like that's where one of the videos is from that Barbie recorded, where me and Pony Punch are sitting beside each other, right? And me and Pony are getting along. Like it's fun with Pony, man. I have fun with Pony. Pony is a good guy. Like he's, we just get along. Even though we're so different, we just get along. And Pony's there, and I'm like, fuck, Pony, I wish I could be better, but there's some shit going on. And he's like, yeah, I know. But he didn't really know, but he's just like, I can see it, right? Von Swan's there too, and he looks like fucking Jesus. Like it's just hair, and Von Swan's so like, weird and different. Like he's cool, but he's like weird, and he's like, oh. He's like, Von Swan. Like he's like almost like Keanu Reeves sometimes, but he's just weird, and he's cool. Like I really like Von Swan. And then we were playing telephone, and Cardu's sitting beside me and stuff, and it was Cardu was there, and like it was getting better. It was getting better, Like I was like, these people, I like these people. I like these people. Yeah, Von got lit every fucking night. Yeah, and Cardu was there for me, and Cardu was fucking like, I think that at that dinner, Cardu made a little bit of fun of Fortia, and it was pretty funny. We played telephone and stuff, and it was good, and yeah. And that night or the next night, I can't remember. One of those nights, I remember seeing Aya. I remember seeing Aya. Okay, and this was one of the bad things. I remember seeing Aya, but I remember seeing Aya, and I remember seeing her with a necklace. And the necklace was a half heart necklace. And I look at Fortia, and he has the other half of the fucking heart. And I remember being so infuriated by that, so outraged, the fucking audacity of that shit. Man. Like ridiculous. First of all, Aya wasn't into fucking codependency, this shit, that shit. And codependency is what fucked us up in the first place. Like half a person come together whole, that's some bullshit, right? She was not into that. And for a man, that is a sign of fucking possession. So the fact that he's doing this already is bad enough. But now he has to, oh, I possess you. You're mine now. You're not Faraz's. You're mine now. I want everybody to see this. I want everybody to know this. That is ridiculous. And it was humiliating. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is this happening right now? And I talked to Elaine that night and I said, I'm done. I don't even know if I want her in my life at all, ever, again, anymore. And I would find out that Fortia got that shit in Sweden, and he had that shit engraved with a 3 and a 6. And I don't know if you guys remember that, and if you don't, but they used to call each other 3 and 6. So that was premeditated as fuck. But I remember just being done. And here's where it gets really, really bad. We were going to go to Disneyland the next day. I don't know if Nick's here or anyone that talks about Disneyland, but we were going to go to Disneyland. I did not want to go to Disneyland because I was like, fuck that place. And Elaine convinced me to go to Disneyland, which I think she did the right thing. But it just happened to end up bad. The way it ended up was 2 cars were going. Fisky's car and Cardew's car. Fisky's car left at 6 a.m. Cardew's car left at 8 a.m. Of course I'm going in Cardew's car, right? The way it went was that me, Cardew, Aya, and Foria took the same car. Everybody else took Fisky's car. Because of that, we arrived at 2 different times. It was an hour and a half drive, and me and Cardew were sitting in the front. Foria and I were sitting in the back and laying down underneath a blanket and shit. Me, Cardew, Foria, and I spent the whole 7 to 14 hour day together while everybody else spent their time together, and we interacted here and there. Barbie and Launce didn't come. Just the way fast passes, etc. work. That's how it was. And let me tell you, there was no shame. Because it wasn't me, Cardew, Foria, and Aya. It was me and Cardew and Aya and Foria. And Aya and Foria walked in front of us at all fucking times. All fucking times. And they didn't hold back. Foria would grab her butt. They would kiss openly. They would talk to us in between. Yeah, that was pretty funny, Cardew, yeah. And I was just going crazy. I was going insane. Like, I was just like, what the fuck is going on? How could this get worse? Why am I here at Disneyland and this is happening to me? We were standing in line with them. Close proximity, close quarters. Right? I remember Foria fucking daring me to like do random shit, and I just did it because fuck Foria. And I just tried to make the best of it. I went and I just did random shit. I stole a bunch of shit. I tried to make the best of it. I was never malicious. Not once. And there were times when, people were like, I was trying to reunite the groups together. Because there's Pie Guys, Mooney, Manskill, Fisky, not Faye wasn't there, Mr. Emi, etc., all in one group. And we wanted to hang out together. I didn't want to hang out with Aya and Foria, right? And she was trying to reunite the groups, but they wouldn't even pick up their phone, right? They just left us, and that was another reason. I was like, what the fuck? And I remember her venting to me. She came over, vented to me. She's like, I'm trying so hard to reunite the groups, and they won't even pick up their phone. And I remember this because this was hypocrisy. Because I remember like just making the best of things in line with Foria and Cardew. And Aya said something about Launce and Barbie. And I said, oh shit, did you say Launce and Barbie? Because I was like, did you say Launce and Barbie? And she said, no, I didn't say Launce and Barbie. And then she said, oh, sorry. Then I said, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Launce and Barbie. And she looked at me and she said, I was talking to Foria. And I was like, fuck you. Like, you don't. How much disrespect can I fucking take? Like, fuck that. What, now that we're not in a relationship and you and Foria are, you can talk to me like that? Like, that's ridiculous. How the fuck can you justify that? And that was so hypocritical because I was doing everything to make this easy, to make this work. And she couldn't even be nice to me. And it doesn't stop. It gets worse. I remember it's nighttime and there's no fireworks. They didn't have fireworks that night. No fireworks, no parade. It's nighttime and we're all hanging out getting ice cream and the groups are together. And I'm sitting down beside Mooney, and Mooney's sitting down beside Pie Guys and Schweels. And I remember sitting down, and Aya and Foria come and sit down beside me. And I just have no fucking clue what was going on, because I'm talking to Mooney, and I look over at one point, and I look over to them, and they're fucking full on making out right beside me. They could be anywhere, but they're sitting down right on the fucking, on this one. They're here on this fucking curve, making out right beside me. And I go, and I turn to Mooney. I'm like, Mooney, I need to get out of here. And Mooney's like, no, I'm eating ice cream. I'm like, Mooney, I need to get out of here. And he looks over and he sees them, and he's like, oh. And we go and we walk around, and, you know, he's like talking to me, and he said, you know, if she's willing to do that to you, maybe it's not worth it. And I say, you know what, man, maybe it isn't. And we go home, and Cardew, myself, Aya, and Foria drive home. And we go to bed, and I realize, I decide then, like, I don't want anything to do with them ever. If they can do that shit to me, I don't want to do anything like that with them ever. I don't want to be around them. Ever. I can't. Lastly, almost done. We're almost at the end of TwitchCon. And the story doesn't end after TwitchCon, by the way. The last night there, we're supposed to go to sushi. Remember when Aya said we're supposed to go to sushi? We're gonna go to sushi that night. Mooney's all dressed up in his suit, and a bunch of people are off at the mall. Okay, I'm all ready. I get all cleaned up. I wear like a nice shirt. You know, sushi is at least it could be really nice. Something still to look forward to. At least we could go to sushi, you know. And I remember getting back, and saying like, hey, I know we're going to go to sushi, but I think we're going to go to the Cheesecake Factory instead. And I said, but we were going to go to sushi. And then she says, yeah, but like, you know, everybody else wants to go to the Cheesecake Factory. And I said, but we're supposed to go to sushi. And she said, yeah, but they want to go to the Cheesecake Factory. So we go to the Cheesecake Factory. And it's fine. Me and Cardew hang out. I order a gluten-free cheesecake. It's fine. But this is another fucking example of, remember back when I was fucking crying to her? And she said, I'm going to take you to sushi. I'm going to take you to sushi. And I said, it's okay. You don't have to. No, she's like, no, she insisted. I'm going to take you to sushi. And then it came down to it, and she threw me fucking away again at the whims of other people. Just just fucking gone. She kept me waiting for so long, and then she just threw me away. And that's the same thing with hanging out with me for a bit at the end of the trip, or going away with me. She just never. I was such a low priority. It was ridiculous. I was lower than fucking low. She would have treated like a you know, some random guy on the street better than me. And I didn't do anything bad. I didn't do anything fucking bad to her. I didn't do anything. I was trying to be the nicest I could. I was going out of my way. And that was common. That was very common. The next day. The next fucking day. It's time to go home. Finally. And, you know, it just so ends up that I can't go in Launce and Barbie's car to the airport. And Aya has to drive me to the airport, and she's so annoyed with me for some reason. She's like so upset with me. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Alibug. Yeah, I remember at Disneyland. Actually, I remember her streaming Like she did an in real life stream, and I was in the stream. And I remember Fortia tried to kiss her on stream, and she looked at him like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Right? And he's like, "What?" Because he just didn't know any better. And I remember being like, "You know what you're doing to me. Like, you fucking know it." Anyway. Oh, and that's not it. The Dead by Daylight thing. Fuck. Her and Fortia went to a Dead by Daylight party with other streamers. And then that's with the whole Jen Denise thing and stuff too. It's just like, oh, would have been nice if I could have gone to the Dead by Daylight thing because I'm a streamer, you know, who plays Dead by Daylight. But no, she took Fortia instead, which is fine. But like, again, like 1100th priority was me. Anyway, I was gonna go home, and it ended up she ended up driving me to the airport, and we were quiet. We weren't talking to each other. There were some songs that I put on that were from our relationship, like the fucking Roses by Chainsmokers. I really like that song. That's the song she really liked too. We were listening to that stuff, and I was just trying to make this the last happy memory that we had because I wanted out of her life. I wanted to fade the fuck away. And I remember getting to the airport and she's like, "Do you want to park or do you want to be dropped off?" I said, "It doesn't matter to me," because it fucking didn't matter to me. And she said, "Okay, I'll drop you off." And so she goes to drop me off. Get my luggage out of the car. She gets out. She gives me a big hug. And she says to me, "This isn't the last time we'll see each other. Thank you for everything you did. And I'm like, "This is the last time we're going to see each other." And she said, "No, there's always TwitchCon next year." And so on. And I was like, oh God, like this has to be fucking goodbye. This has to be fucking goodbye. And I say, "Okay, let's go park." And she says, "No." I say, "No, let's go fucking park." She says, "You always do this. You never decide." I said, "No, let's go fucking park." And she's upset with me. But we go and we get back in the car and we go and we park. And she's like looking out the window because she's upset with me. She doesn't want to talk to me. And I'm just there in silence. And then I eventually say like, "Hey, I just wanted this to be goodbye." And she says, "What? So we aren't going to talk anymore?" And I say, "We aren't talking now." And she says, "It takes time. Like, it takes a lot of time. Like, you know, it's not going to change in a week." And I was just like, "You just fucking slept with another," like, that's what's going in my head. Like, you know, but then I was like, "No, she has to travel home. I have to travel home. Let's let this be our last happy fucking memory." And then I just said, "I just wanted to say goodbye." And then we go back to the airport. I get out of my car. We get out of the car. I grab the luggage. She gives me a bigger fucking hug. And I can tell she's emotional. So I say, "Okay." I say, "You know what? No matter what, deep down inside, you are a wonderful person. And I will always love that you. And if you ever need anything, I'll always be there." And then she says, "I love you." And I say, "I love you too." And it's a long hug. And then we break it. And when we break it, she looks up to me, because she's short. She looks up at me. And she looks like she wants to kiss. But I'm like, fuck no. Right? So I turn away. But then I regret it. I'm like, fuck, maybe I should have been nicer. So I go and I turn back to her and I say like, "Hey, do you want one last kiss?" And then she says fucking no. So then I'm like, "All right, see you later." I'm like, fuck. And I go into the airport and I find Mooney, Pi, Harley, and I talk to them a little bit, and Mooney and Pi leave, and Aya texts me, and she's like, "Hey, I'm sorry I don't have more to say now or back then, but I just wanted you to know that." And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, no problem." and she keeps texting me. She continues to text me. All through there was like a thing with Harley where we were talking and hanging out and stuff, but she keeps talking to me, and Harley eventually leaves on a plane, and then I'm there in the airport alone, and she keeps fucking texting me, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? But I'm just trying to keep it like, okay, I'll just fade away. And eventually I'm just like, okay, you know, I really wanted to write. I wanted to start writing, so I'm going to start writing before my flight, and you know, hope you get home safe. And she says, okay. And so I write. I start writing. And the full 8 to 9 hours, whatever it was, home, I write on that little shit laptop. It's right there. I write 17 pages of stuff, because at first it starts out all good and wonderful, and it starts out like me just going through the airport and having a nice time and being out of the nightmare. But then a little bit of Aya bleeds into it, and I get annoyed, and I'm like, I'm just gonna fucking write everything I can and get this out of my system so I can write about stuff that's more important to me now. And I write 17 pages on the situation that just happened with Aya, with Foria, with Twitchmates, with all of it. And I get home, and my dad's there for me, and he asked me how it went. I said, terrible. He said, it's the time to recover. I said, yeah. I get in the shower, I get in bed, and I write some more. I'm exhausted, I'm tired. And I looked at this yesterday, my writings, and I looked at it and I said, I really do miss Aya, but I need her out of my life, and I can't talk to her anymore. I have to fade away. I'm not going to message her. Close the laptop, close my eyes. And in that instant, she messages me. And she's like, hey, I hope you got home safe. I say, yeah. I respond. I was like, I hope you get home safe. Are you home safe too? And then she said to me, is it painful? Is it too painful for me to talk to you now or ever? And in that moment, I should have said yes. Stop. But I didn't. I said, do you want to talk? And then she said, I can hop on Skype, but I don't think I have anything to say. And I said, okay. And we hopped on Skype and we fell asleep together. And then the next day, there's more texting, and there's more just one-word answers trying to fade out of her life. And it wasn't working. And then there was me going to the sushi place that was in Calgary, Big Catch, where my friend Nanchan worked. Him, like, being very concerned for me, seeing something that was wrong immediately, coming over to my house, discussing it with me, because he met Aya while he was in Calgary. Right? And he had no idea what happened at TwitchCon, and I had no idea because it didn't fucking make sense. How could she do that to me, you know? It was so strange. It didn't make sense to anything that we understood. It did not make fucking sense, man. And Nanchan couldn't figure it out either. And he was there for me. Like, he stayed overnight. We slept in the same bed because he's just like, yeah, I'm going to stay with you. I was like, all right. He's a good friend. He's really good. He's always been a good friend. But we had no idea what happened to TwitchCon. And I was so confused. And I was so shattered, so broken, because I had lost my purpose. I had lost everything in front of me. Everything was shattered. Everything was gone. And I was technically streaming, and I was just like, I was a mess. And I don't know if anybody saw, but they probably saw, because I got shit tons of support from my stream. Shit tons of donations, shit tons of everything. And everybody was so nice and like so supportive. And I was like, I can't take being something I'm not, or like the whole con vibe, the whole networking shit vibe. I can't do that. I'm not that. I have to be me. And they're like, you should always just be you and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah, but it's hard sometimes. But they're so supportive. And that's one of the things that was so wonderful about my stream. They helped me through that for sure. And Non-Chan was there and he helped me through that as well. And, Launce was there and Barbie was there. And they were talking to me because I was still like, I was having them read all the shit I wrote and stuff. And they're reading all of it. And, speculating about this and that. And there's so many people that I reached out to. But not in that moment, not yet. The next day after that, Aya went to the ER. She messaged me, she said she's going to the ER. And I was like, fuck. Like, I thought she was going to die. And I was like, holy fuck. I panicked. I got so scared. And I started just spamming her with texts. Like, the one-word things were just gone. And there was full sentence, full paragraphs being like, are you okay? What's going on? What's happening? Like, And she's just like, yeah, I've got some really painful hives. And I don't know what to do and stuff. And, like, she was okay. But she wasn't dying. But it was bad. And she said to me, I love you. She said that mid-conversation, I love you. I said back, I love you too. And she said, thank you for being here for me. I said, yeah, no problem. And I thought that was a good thing. I thought I was doing a good thing. And we talked more, and I thought, you can see it in my writing. It's like, maybe it's okay. Maybe I can just be okay with all of this. Maybe that's the right thing to do. And then that night, Non-Chan was staying over again, right? Non-Chan was staying over again, and he was there, and he was just talking to me and stuff, and we were going climbing every now and then, and so on and so forth. And Aya's texting me, and she said she's going to go to sleep. I said, okay. 2 hours later, me and Non-Chan are talking, and she texts me again, and she says, hey, you look really good in your vlogs. And I message her back, and I say, I thought you went to sleep. And she says to me, I did, but I couldn't sleep, so I started watching your vlogs. And I was like, oh, okay. And then she said to me, do you want to Skype? And I said, I have Non-Chan here right now, but like, do you want to, like, can you wait 10 minutes? And she said, yeah, I can. So Non-Chan went home. Nozomu, Non-Chan. And I went and I called her on Skype and I got a busy signal. And I was like, hey. Oh, and by the way, quick freeze. Non-Chan had decided, he's like, you have to tell her how you feel. You have to tell her how you feel. You can't keep doing this. And I agree. I did have to tell her how I felt. He said, you have to tell her how you feel. And that's it. I said, okay. So I call her on Skype. It's a busy signal. I messaged her. I'm like, what's going on? She said, hey, some friends just invited me to a party. Never happens. I'll be 10 minutes. And I was like, okay. 10 minutes later, 15 minutes later, I messaged her and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And she says, hey, Foria called me right after they called me. And this shouldn't take long. I'll call you right after. So 15 minutes later, I messaged her. I'm like, what's going on? And she said, hey, this is taking longer than I thought it would. Why don't you go stream and you can call me after? And I typed back to her. I said, forget it. Like, fuck that. I'm not being thrown away again. I just said, forget it. I'm not being, like, I just over and over just pull me in and throw me away. Like, that's everything. And I keep fucking dealing with it and putting up with it. And it's so stupid. Like, how could I be so fucking stupid? It's like a rag doll. I felt like a rag doll. Rag doll life. That's what it was. So I go on stream, and you can tell in my stream, like, I'm not giving a good stream. I'm so upset, even though I'm trying to hide it. I go to sleep, and the next day, I message her, and I say, hey, I need to talk to you. She calls me, and I say, I've written something for you. I very much want to be there for you when you read it. And then she doesn't respond. I say, can you read it? She said, I can't read it now. I can read it later. And I said, okay, I won't be there. She said, okay, I'll read it later. And she's very, very, very defensive. And I'm like, okay. And at this point, remember, I don't want to be with her. I don't. I really don't. But there's something that's bugging me. And so I asked her, I said, at TwitchCon, you said you weren't over me. And she says, I'm not. Like, I envision a life with you. I wanted to be in the same house with you and live with you and house and so on and so forth. And I'm like, then what the fuck are we doing? Why didn't we ever work on our problems? Why didn't we do this or that or whatever? And she says, and then she starts getting more defensive and bringing up things like, oh, there's this YouTube couple on Twitch, or there's a YouTube couple on YouTube, and they just, after 10 years, they got a divorce, and they really love each other, but they just don't fit, and you're afraid of your emotions, and, you don't provide this emotional need to me, and I'm just like, okay, fuck it, like, whatever, like, okay, sorry, thanks for everything, enjoy the read, and I'm like, and she's like, okay, goodbye. Hey, Squilla. and fucking she messages me later that day, and she says to me, hey, I don't think we can talk after this. Thank you for everything you've done, and I'm sorry it turned out this way. And then so I message her back, and I say, hey, that's fine. For my closure, please, when you have time, could you tell me about TwitchCon? And she doesn't respond, because that's fucking driving me insane. That's driving me crazy. How does that work? How does someone who I love so much and who loved me so much do that to me? How is someone so spiteful when I'm in so much pain, How can someone not see that? How is someone still not over with me, but then fucking with me ridiculously? How does that happen? Doesn't make sense. But she doesn't respond. Okay? Here's the next thing that happens. Okay, this is well, we'll hold that quick. But over the next few weeks, like, there's more events, but we'll just go over this quick. Over the next few weeks, like, I reach out to a lot of people. Leo reaches out to me. Little Miss Leo. She reaches out to me. We talk about this. Rini reaches out to me. We talk about this. She cries while she hears this story. Pony Punch. I talk to him. He listens right away. I talk to Judge. I talk to so many people. Squilla. I talk to Squilla, right? Just recently, I talked to Cheese. Thanks, Whisper. There's I talked to Juggless. I told Juggless about this. I told so many people that were actually there for me, like, that were like, hey, I like you. They listened. They were there, which is cool. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget those friends. Elaine. Who else did I talk to? Chorusai. I talked to Chorusai. Chorusai was actually really there for me. Heavily there for me. There's a lot. I've told this story so many times, and it's the worst fucking story to tell. Jeez. There's a lot. But anyway, there were people there for me, and there were people that listened, and there were people that wanted to, I just talked to Napa recently. Like, there were people that were like, hey, like, I want you to know, and like, stuff that's really fucked up, or this or that or whatever. And yeah, they were there for me, and like, I wish I could have told more people, but I wanted to very much fade out. Just no more drama. Just fade out. Whatever, you fucked with me, that's fine. Just fade out. And this is the next thing that happened, okay? So after I stopped talking to me, I was, of course, shattered. Still, like, shattered. And now it was like recovery mode, so I was recovering a bit. I was feeling a bit better. Then I get a message from Mooney. And Mooney says, like, hey, there's a bunch of us in a call. We want to talk to you. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not in a good place right now. I'm not in a good place right now at all. Whatever you need, are you sure it can't wait? And he said, no. And I said, okay, whatever it is, understand I'm not in a good place. Okay? And he said, okay. And so they called me. And I enter a call with 4 people. Mooney. Mahler. Mr. Emi. And Foria. And the first thing I say, well, the first thing I'm thinking is like, why the fuck is Foria here? But the first thing I say is like, hey, I'm not in a good place. Whatever you need, like, make sure it's important. And they say, yeah. So Mahler speaks up and he talks. And the first thing he says to me is he says, do you artificially increase your viewer count? Do you viewbot? And I say, no. No. And he says, are you sure? Right? And then people speak up, like Mooney or Mr. Amy speak up, and no, Mr. Amy doesn't speak up. Mooney speaks up and he's like, I'm very concerned for you and we're concerned for you and stuff and this and that and whatever. And I'm like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? I don't. Why would I? I'm partnered. Why the fuck would I? Right? And it's like jarring, and it feels like an interrogation, and it's just like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? And it didn't have anything to do with anything, because right after that, they dropped it. That didn't correlate with anything. There was no follow-up question from that. That was just a random question. So they were before discussing with each other. You know, that's what it felt like. It felt like a fucking interrogation. And then after that, they said, okay, Mahler went first, and he said, I'm leaving Twitchmates. We're leaving Twitchmates. We want you to know, and it's your fault. And I was like, okay, you know, you want to leave Twitchmates? That's fine. I was pretty sure it was fucked anyway. But why is it my fault? Tell me why it's my fault. And Mahler looked at me and he said, you remember that conversation we had with about the pie maker? And I said, yeah. And the conversation was with the pie maker is I had basically said that if a pie maker was very unhappy and what would make him happy was making pie, but he refused to make pie, what I would do is I'd ask him to make pie. If he didn't, well, then I'd be like, I'd have no problem being like, here, let me leave some pie ingredients at your house. Or could you teach me to make pie? Or let's go cater something together. And through that, reinvigorate his love of pie so he'd be happy. I said I'd have no problem with that. None. And he said, that's manipulative. That is manipulative. And I said, I've never manipulated anyone from this group. Not once. I've always been open and honest with every single one of you. And he said, the fact that you can do it is enough for me. And he said, also, you value content over people. And I said, what do you mean? He said, Barbie, you kept her in because she was producing content, right? And I said, no. I kept her in because she's my friend and she did nothing fucking wrong. And if she did, she was willing to fix her mistakes. And he said, whatever, difference of opinion. I'm leaving. And then I say, Foria. I say, okay, fine. You can leave. I don't care. Like, it's not a big deal to me. After all this happened, I say, Foria, why are you here? And he says to me, there's no video call. He just says to me, I'm leaving Twitchmates and I wanted you to know. I said, okay, why? And he says, because you manipulated me and I have proof. And I'm like, okay, what's that proof? And he says, I don't feel comfortable sharing it here. And I say, okay, would you tell me what it is later? Because I genuinely wanted to know. And he says, I don't feel comfortable getting in a one-on-one call with you. I don't feel comfortable getting in on a one-on-one call with you. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, you know, I could have done so much shit to you at TwitchCon, but I didn't, and you don't feel safe with me? What the fuck? And I say, okay, Mr. Emi, why are you leaving? He said, you've manipulated me. I was like, fine, sure, got it. I say, Mooney, why are you leaving? He says, because I can't see my friends getting hurt anymore. And I said, what do you mean? He says, you know why Faye and Harley are leaving? I say, why? He said, they're leaving because of you. I say, okay, tell me what I did. And he said, Faye was really upset that you took the master bedroom. And she felt it was just a Faraz thing to do. And that you were really, really, really cold to her during the trip. Or something like that. Something along those lines. And I said, I took the fucking master bedroom. Because I couldn't go downstairs and sleep with and room with Cardew. Because someone was fucking next to him. Someone was having sex next to him. Couldn't do that. So whatever Faye doesn't like me about is, I'm sorry, I can't help that. And then he said Harley. He said Harley said that you hated animated break. And Harley said you made fun of her when she was anxious at the airport. And I was just like, no. I was honest with her about animated break. She asked if animated break could stay at the house. And I said, yeah, sure he can. And then when she said he isn't staying at the house, I said, you know what, Harley, honestly, I'm a little bit relieved. And she said, why? It's because I said, I can't be myself around animated break. He's just an entirely different personality. He's very outgoing. I really like him, but I don't feel comfortable, loving his face like he loves my face. It just doesn't feel good. I can't connect with him yet. And then she said, okay. And then fucking in the airport, I was sitting with her and I looked at her and she was standing up way early. And I was like, what's going on? What's happening? Right. And she's like, I feel really anxious. I just want to go sit down on the plane. I like to get really settled. I want to just be on the plane and settled and good to go. Flying makes me anxious. And then I laughed and I said, it's okay. Sit down. And I comforted her. And I was like, it's going to be okay. You're going to get home. I'm going to get home. Right? Getting on the plane early is not going to really do anything. So just relax. It's all right. Right? And she took that as I laughed at her. I made fun of her. So I was like, okay. I talked to Mooney and I say, Mooney, you think I'm manipulative? And he said, you have a certain way of talking that makes people more likely to listen to you. And I was just like, what the fuck is that? And then I talked to Amy. There's this whole conversation, and it's definitely not as clear as I'm saying it was. There's a lot of back and forth and stuff. But I say to Amy, hey man, it really hurt me that you weren't there for me. It really fucking hurt me. That I was in so much pain and you saw that and you just didn't do anything to help. And he said, I don't know what to say. It just wasn't I felt like it wasn't my place. I felt like it wasn't my place. And then I was like, yeah, man. Sure. And then Mahler ends the call because he's like, okay, we're still leaving. Even though you didn't manipulate us, we're still leaving. And I'm like, okay. And I remember just being pulled so far down again. Just being fucking pulled, from recovery so far down into everything was my fault. Into Aya was my fault. Fortia was my fault. Twitchmates was my fault. I'm a terrible person. Everything I do is fucking wrong. No matter how hard I try, the world doesn't want me. Just a constant reminder. Dushroom, thanks for the sub. Just a fucking reminder. And I actually message Amy and I'm like, hey man, you said you didn't want to talk then and you said it wasn't your place. And he said, yeah, I just didn't think it was my place. And I say to him well, I mean, your discomfort with dealing with the situation overrode the need to help me. And that hurts. And he said, I don't know what to tell you. And I say, well, we didn't talk then. Would you like to talk this out now? Do you have time? Would you be okay with that? And he responds to me, he says, I just got home and I have work tomorrow, and you're not the only one who's scarred from this. And I'm like, okay, no talk then. And I call Mooney and I talk to Mooney, and me and Mooney talk, and he doesn't know what's going on. He just keeps telling me, he's like, I'm so sorry this happened. I never wanted it to go like this. And he's in so much pain because he really didn't want it to go like this. And he just had no idea what to do. And he's being thrown around all over the place, and he can't fucking comprehend shit because his friends are not, not being his friends. I'm just like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And he sits there and he says he'll hang out with me again, and he'll hang out with me again, and he is there for me again. He's not there for me in like an intellectual way, but he's fucking there for me, And then so from then on, I was just like, okay, fine. They don't want to be in my life. That's okay. That's fine. I'm going to be out of their lives. That's okay. I can move on. I can recover from here. I can do that. And that's what I tried to do. I think I went to Aya's stream a few times. Well, the story's not over yet, but I don't really, a bunch of them unfollowed me on all social media, unsubscribed from me, unfollowed me here and there and wherever, everywhere. And I said, okay. Actually, it's funny. Right before that conversation, I donated Mahler $50 for his birthday. And then he had that conversation. He said, no, we'll still be friends. And then he unsubbed to me, which I thought was hilarious. But yeah, I was like, okay, fine. A bunch of them unfollowed me from everything, Twitter, Twitch, everything, unsubbed, everything. And I was like, that's fine. I don't care. I'll do the same thing. And if they unfollowed me, I unfollowed them. And Fisky is actually part of those people. Like, there's a shit ton of people who did it. And then there's a few people who tuned in my stream. Like, Faye tuned in a few times, and she talked to me and stuff, and I talked to her a little bit and stuff like that. And it was okay. But yeah. So there's two parts left of the story. This is the last. This is like layer X and layer Y is left, okay? So layer X. So I went and I just, oh yeah, like me, Fisk and I are all on Myonics together, and Fisk doesn't talk to me. That's why I'm just like, I never had anything wrong with Fisk or anything. And I gave him that, like, Victor, like, I clearly was really nice to him and everything. But he's just like, oh my God, Unums has followed me. What's up, Unums? But he's just like, yeah. He just stopped talking to me, stopped interacting with me. I remember at one point, Cayena was like, I want everybody to be friends again. And Fisk just ignored her while we were in her stream and stuff. Like, people, like, there are people who just stopped. Pie Guys, I really liked Pie Guys. Pie Guys just stopped. He doesn't interact with me at all. There's so many people that just stopped talking to me, and I felt terrible. I was like, what the fuck did I do to deserve this? Like, why? And I even asked Cardew, like, I was talking to Cardew, and I was like, hey man, like, am I crazy? Like, is this all like, is it in my head that I'm not fucked up? Is it in my head that I'm not manipulative and that and Cardew said no. And I talked to Launce, and I talked to Barbie, I talked to Elaine, I talked to everybody, and they said, no, you're fine. Like, you got fucked really hard. Right? And I still couldn't figure out what was happening with TwitchCon and stuff, and the trainer and stuff like that. But that's what happened. Okay. So over the next little while, I went and I talked to so many different people. Okay. One of the people, or before this happened, sorry, Twitchmates was, they wanted to leave Twitchmates, the four of them, Mooney, Mahler, Foria, Emi. Okay. And whoever else told me, they didn't tell me. But I remember them putting a message in the Mafia chat. We have a Mafia chat on Skype where we all just, coordinate Mafia and talk. And I remember them putting a message saying, Twitchmates is disbanding. These are the members who are leaving. And they had a list of different members because they had gone and talked to a bunch of different people, right? And it was weird because no one asked them to do that. You know what I mean? Like, if they want to leave, like, leave. But why go and solely tell all these different people that you're doing this? And why Mahler and why Mr. Emi? Like, that didn't make sense, you know? But later I would find out that Mr. Emi in particular, I think Mahler too, were going to different members, and they were saying Twitchmates is disbanded, so everybody's disbanded. We're not together anymore. And it's because Faraz and Aya broke up and there was some drama. That was the fucking reason, they said. To the people that I've talked to. I would later find out that Mr. Emi was actually talking to other people and telling them that I'm a terrible person. I have an example. Hi, Pie guys. But I asked Mooney what was going on, and he said he doesn't know. Every time they talk about me, it gets too toxic. And I was like, okay, whatever. Just fucking leave. Just fucking leave, right? Just be done with it. And here's the next part, okay? So, Shwi Lala. Shwi Lala. And this is how I know about Amy. Shwi Lala. I ended up talking to her, and I ended up being like, hey, Shwheels, you were at TwitchCon, and I never got to talk to you or tell you what was happening, and we never, you know, nothing really. And I wanted to know if you wanted to hear my side of the story. And she said, yes, she does. And she went, and we had a Skype call, and we talked. And she talked to me, and I talked to her about my stuff. Sorry, I'm reading chat a bunch. I'm going to stop reading chat. She talked to me a bunch, and I talked to her a bunch and stuff, and we shared what was going on. I told her this story exactly. And she told me about her stuff and stuff that she was going on with, that was going on in her life, and I just hung out with her, and we hung out. And that was all good. And then she came to my stream a few times, and she hung out with me. And she messaged me one day, and she said to me, did you see Mr. Emi in your stream yesterday? And I said, no. And she said, yeah, he said Shwheels in all caps because he was trying to get my attention. I said, I must have missed it. And then she said to me, he was talking to me in whispers. And what he had said was, hey, how's your cosplay stuff going, etc., etc., and you're still hanging out with Faraz. And then I said, okay. And then she said, yes, like I'm still hanging out with Faraz. He's my friend. And then he said to her, be careful. He's manipulative. And then she said, no, we're friends. And then he said, I'm just concerned for you. I've seen the Skype messages he sent to Aya, and he's crazy. And I said, okay. And Shweel said, I don't know who to believe. I don't know what to do. I don't know. You know, she got really distraught over all of it. And I said, you know what, Shweels, it's okay. It's fine. I don't want to create more drama, so I'm not going to address it. I'll just leave it, even though that's pretty fucking infuriating. Someone like Mr. Emi came to my stream and whispered Shwilala, who was just there of her own accord, told her not to watch my stream and not to hang around me. He did that. No perturbation. He fucking went out of his way to do that. I hadn't messaged him forever. I'm like, okay. And she, you know, they still do movie nights and stuff. So I was like, all right. And, you know, I don't want to cause any more drama. Like, fine, just leave it. And that was annoying to me. But I found out later, and I can't name this name, but I found out later that Mr. Emi had actually been talking shit about me to people in Pony's stream. I'm not doing anything to Mr. Emi. I never did anything to Mr. Emi. I was fucking there for Mr. Emi a lot of times. I never did anything to fucking Mr. Emi. And he's going out of his way to hurt my stream. That's one of the things that actually got me to tell this story, because I'm fucking tired of it. I don't know what else happened. What other conversations have been had. I stayed away from it. But there's a section of Twitch that fucking hates me. That hates my guts. Like, I'll tell you about like Launce and Cardew and Mooney and Elaine. They all still interact with everybody that was part of the original Twitch mates. The people that were there for me are still like civil and nice to everybody else. There's a group of people that I haven't interacted with forever, and they hate me. I've been told that people come to my stream and relay information to other people. How fucking ridiculous is that? Anyway. That's what happened with Twitchmates, and that's how Twitchmates kind of went. Okay? The last part of the story. Was a week after I stopped talking to me, or we stopped talking to each other. A week or 10 days. I remember finishing streaming, finding someone to host, seeing she was live, hosting someone, and then checking out her stream. And she looked absolutely fucking terrible. Like, she looked like she'd been through a train wreck. Like, her face was different. Everything was different. And I remember that I was just like, hey, I'm not gonna message her. Yeah, I've been told off by Emi as well before. When he saw me using your emotes, I got him told away from the stream though. Thank you, Whisper. Like, there. But anyway, I saw her streaming and I was like, you know, she looks terrible, but it's out of my hands, out of my responsibility. I'm not going to message her. That night, 2 hours later after her stream, she messaged me back. She messages me saying, hey, I hope you're okay. And I say, hey, I hope you're okay too. I'm worried about you. She said, I'm worried about you. And we start talking, and we learn that I is going through a situation. I'm not going to reveal that situation because it's personal to her. But it's a situation and it's bad. And she's going to move out. And I say basically that I'm going to be there for her. You know? She's going through a rough time. And I decide to be there for her. Without revealing too many details. I say like, without expectations, it's completely fine to just be there for her. It's the right thing to do, you know. No one deserves to be in her situation. And so over the next week, I am there for her. And we talk and this and that, and whatever. And after all of it, she says, thank you so much for being there for me. Thank you very, 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 very much. And I appreciate it, but I don't want you to feel obligated. And I say to her, I said, I wasn't obligated. I expect nothing back. It looked like you were in need, and that's fine. And then she says to me, she says, you know, when you said you didn't want to talk to me anymore, because I wrote that in the thing, in the 17 pages, it was really, I was like, what the hell? And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, because my stance never changed. We might not get back together, but I still want us to be how we were with each other before all this. And I said, we don't have trust and we don't have communication. And she said, yeah, we don't. And she said, time will only fix that. And then I talked to my trainer earlier this year, or earlier that week, and I had been like, hey man, I told him the whole story, and he talked to me about entanglement and confidence and standing your ground and all these different things. I was actually going to write a blog post about it. My trainer is very, very, very smart. He helped me through this so much. He's so experienced and smart and good. And he just is so wise. And he, you know, without him, I wouldn't have understood. I wouldn't have understood so many things. But he told me this, and I said, okay. And I wrote basically a letter to Aya that if I ever talk to her again. And it said like, hey, I really care for you and stuff like that. But until I hear about TwitchCon, we can't move forward with fucking anything. Like nothing. And it's not fair to me because I'm constantly guessing, constantly wondering, constantly trying to figure out what's actually happening. And I just wanted you to know that I really care for you and so on and so forth, but that's how it has to be. And so we were talking again, and I gave her that letter. I sent it to her on Skype. And she read it, and then we both clearly knew that the last little bit says we can't talk anymore. But then we just ignored it, and we continued to talk. And we talked a little bit more here and there, and more here and there, and less in here. And then there's some friction between us, and this and that. And then there was some decent friction where it was like, okay, we're probably not going to talk again. And then she apologized for it. And I said, okay. And then like 2-3 weeks later, we talked about TwitchCon. And she told me everything well, not everything, but I got to ask a shit ton of questions. We talked for 8 hours. The first 2 hours was about TwitchCon. 2 or 3 hours. We talked for a while. And, I asked her lots of questions, but the main questions I was trying to figure out was, did she care? Was she regretful? Would she do this again to me? Because I said I wasn't going to talk. I said I wasn't going to talk to you. But, since you did apologize and you told me about TwitchCon, like we can talk. But I was trying to figure out, was she regretful? So I tried to ask her things like, would you do this to another person? Would you do this to your brother? Like, do you understand how much pain I was in? And all I got out of her was, I just want to die. And I said, why? And then she said to me, because everywhere I go, I just cause pain. And in my head, I'm like, you chose to do this. You chose to fucking do this. You chose to fucking do this. And she said, it just hurts so much. And I said, okay, she's not ready to talk about it. And I dropped it. And then we had a pleasant conversation for probably the last time for the last 6 hours. It's really nice talking to her again, like we did before. And I laid down boundaries, and I said, hey, if we want to talk again, these are my fucking boundaries. There are 6 of them. One of them included Foria because I had no idea what to do about him. And there was so much like fucking pain in my heart from that. And she said she'd get back to me if she would want to talk again. I said, okay, you got by Friday. And she said, okay. She got back to me Tuesday with like a half response, with like a half I want to, but I don't know if I can. I messaged her Friday being like, hey, what did you decide? And she said, I thought I already did message you. And I said, okay, like, could you reiterate it? Because I didn't understand it. And she said, I will after stream because, I wanted to give that my full attention. She streamed. She never got back to me. I messaged her one more time, and she didn't. She just gave me like a small response. And I took that as, I'm not gonna deal. I'm not gonna deal with that, right? Fuck, sorry, I'm just reading whispers. I'm getting whispers. But I said, okay, like with that, it's like, fine. It's like, okay, I'm just gonna be okay. I'm just gonna be done. That's okay. That's clear. Like, okay, we're done. Right. Fine. And then my birthday came around, and I was talking to Mooney actually, and I was like, hey man, like, I part of me really hopes I gets me a gift, and part of me hopes she doesn't. Because if she gets me a gift, that means she fucking cares, right? And if she doesn't, it means she never cared, and that would be it. And I'd be happy with that. And she messaged me on my birthday, and she said, hey, I got you a gift. And I was so happy. She said it'll get there tomorrow. And I said, okay. And then I went to stream. And on my birthday, I went to dinner with my family. I had some time with my family and chilled out with my family. And then after, I was like, fuck, I really shouldn't message her. But I really want to message her. So I messaged her. I said, thank you for the gift. And then she said some stuff, and we talked a little bit. And then it eventually the conversation got to like, hey, my trainer told me something really cool the other day, and I thought it was really good. I shared it with my stream. Could I share it with you? And she said, depending on what it was. Depending on what it was. And I said, what do you mean depending on what it was? And she said, hold on. Let me finish the story and then I'll answer everything, okay? She said that she wanted to express that since I am intelligent, she usually believes what I say, even though it might not be good for her. And I said, okay, that's fine, but it sounds like you're asking, like I'm asking permission to brainwash you. And that's not what I'm doing. And she said, sometimes your shit has been brainwashing. And I said, no. Like, I literally put my opinion out there. I put what I say out there, and it's up to you to take it or leave it. And it ended up being like, she said to me, I'm in no mood to provide you content. If this continues, I'm going to have to wish you a good day. A happy birthday. And I said, okay, thanks for the birthday gift. And that's the end of our talk. That's all we talked about. And that was it. And that's the last time me and I talked. And that was it. That was the story. That was the story. Whew. And I'm getting whispers saying that I'm being reported and stuff like that, which is worrying me because, you know, it's a scary thing, being reported and stuff. So, you know, I hope this story doesn't get taken down. I want to stream and answer questions about that a little bit more, but there's a chance that my channel might be taken down. I just want you to know that. So, Bill Butts, thanks for the sub. So if for malicious content against another streamer, so if there's like, you know, if it does get taken down and I do lose this or whatever, I just want you to know that thank you for listening to my story, and thanks for sitting through this whole thing. Mr. Sam Kim, thank you for the sub. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting me through so much shit. And I'm fucking nervous as shit now, man. I'm nervous as shit, honestly. You won't get banned, dude? Okay. Then I feel a little bit okay. Like, I just want to just relax. Thank you, everybody who's whispering me. And thank you, everybody who's subbed. Attitudes, toxicity around you, nice you added community, always with the back watch, chill. Thank you very much, Whisper. Thank you. Yeah, I can Q&A this, but I do plan to put this up, and in case anyone asks about it, have it, right? So if you know, if you could highlight this whole thing just before it's potentially lost. But yeah, I am super nervous, honestly, because I really wanted to tell the story because it just keeps fucking coming back to me. And like Judge knows the story, Napa knows the story. Oh, also with Jugless, like Jugless told me actually, he told me that people were talking shit about him for being my friend as well. People were talking shit about me for about him for being my friend. So it's a really weird thing that certain people really wanted to hurt me, and the reason I feel nervous is because I feel like there's going to be retaliation. I feel like now that I've told my whole story, there's going to be retaliation, and whatever happens, man, whatever happens. Oh yeah, Sam Kim, like I was in rough shape. I'm so sorry. I felt so bad. But whatever happens, like, hey, thanks for being here for me. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being absolutely wonderful. You know, Leo, Squilla, Judge, Napa, everybody who listened to my story before I told it. Thank you for being there for me. You know, it actually really, really, really helped me, and I'll never forget it. And you guys are all really wonderful people. And, yeah. Man. Again, I can't thank you enough because this is something that really, really destroyed me and really hurt me, and I had to deal with it by myself a lot of the time. And my blog posts and stuff, they reflect what I went through and how I tried to deal with it, and I tried to get over it and move forward with it. But you know, I actually 100% thought that I was crazy for a while. I thought I was a terrible person, and every interaction with me, there was a reason, you know, that this happened to me, and it was my fault. It happens so many fucking times. Okay. Thanks, RX Sin. Future? Yeah. It's like, and like, they clearly excommunicated me too. It's like right after the TwitchCon trip, they started organizing a trip to Disney World, and they didn't invite me. They invited everybody else, just not me. And it's just like, man, what the fuck did I do? So many times that shit happened. So many fucking times. And it's just like, okay, you don't want to be a part of my life, just leave me alone. And that doesn't work, etc. Thanks, dopamine. Yeah, they invited Cardew. They invited everybody, man. And it's fine. Faraz, you're not a terrible person. In fact, you're rather great. You actually inspired me a lot a year ago when I was in a bad place. Inspired to do things with my life. Haven't been a master of myself. Never stopping you. And real and truthful. Hey, thanks, Nikki. Thank you very much. I don't know what to do now. Like, you know, yeah, they don't like Judge for some reason. Thanks, Perluna. But like, I don't know what to do now. I feel so like, you know, like something's gonna happen. Like I'm like anticipating stuff. Like I'm very tense right now, even though it's like I probably am not gonna get banned for just expressing myself. Oh shit, Roti Broti donated $5, not Nikki. Sorry, thank you, Roti Broti. Thank you, Anipor. But yeah. No hit TwitchCon run too? Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not going to. Like I'm happy just doing my own thing and being by myself, but that's my story and I didn't want to hide it any longer. I did not want to hide it. You know, it would have been much easier just to go through every day just yeah, Perluna here. My hands are shaky actually. There, you can add me. My hands are really fucking shaky. The storytelling was not therapeutic at all. No, it was just I wanted to get the whole story out there. There's still a lot of details that I missed and stuff. There's a lot of like random shit that happened that I haven't included. But yeah, I really wanted to tell this, and I was, you know, so many people were concerned for me, like, hey, you shouldn't tell this story and stuff like that. Like Pony is very concerned for me. He's like, you know, there will be retaliation and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah. And Rini was worried about me. Leo was worried. Cheese thinks I should do it. Squilla, I didn't talk to before I did, but I think he's like all for it. He's here, right? Squilla, were you here for the whole thing? Thanks, Launce. And yeah, if I didn't have the people that were here, you know, that'd be rough. No, Kane, man. Yeah, thanks, man. Probably about half. Okay, yeah, you know. But again, I want to reiterate. Like Launce reminded me to do this, okay? I want to reiterate. This is just my story. This is just my perspective, okay? People probably see it very, very different than I do, and that's fine. As such, any of these people mentioned, I don't think should be treated any differently than they were before this story. If you like them, you like them. If you're friends with them, you're friends with them. If you don't know them, you don't know them. Don't let my story affect your opinion of them, because that's not the intent. I don't want any maliciousness at all. I just wanted to share, basically. I just wanted to share. Whew. But yeah. This is all I have in my bank account right now, but you're going to take it. I don't care who says what and who did what. You're a good person, and this coming exclusively from my own experience with you. I'll be here doing what I can to support. Thank you so much, Ivan, for the $4, man. You guys are all being really sweet. Like, everybody is being really sweet. Colbster just whispered me. You know, thank you. Like, thanks, guys. I really do. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Thanks, Magical Thinking. I hope expelling the vitriolic hatred towards... Hold on, I want to read this. Where did it go? Oh, it's okay. Like, you can let Mahler talk. We all committed made you feel better because you know, as well as us do, that your misrepresentation of events and people involved with crumble and any kind of pressure from people who were there. You've generally disgusted me with the lying you've performed here today, not just about me, but the people that have come to care about. I've said everything honestly, Mahler, honestly. I've said everything honestly. Every single thing honestly. There's no lies that I've told. And even then, I said, like, people were going through a rough time. I was very fair to everybody. I felt I was very fair to everybody. Nothing wrong. Success first. Okay, that's fine. There are different sides to all story. I do hope you find help for us, because some stuff you said are highly indicative of mental problems such as possessiveness and God complex. Literally 20 plus people had problems with you, and you all of them wrong with your art. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Honestly, that's why I said, I was like, I must be fucking crazy. I must be fucking crazy. I was convinced. I was convinced I did shit wrong. I was convinced I was malicious. I was convinced I was evil. I was convinced that I just, something within me that I couldn't see, like a schizophrenic, that they can't, not as exactly as schizophrenic, but something very wrong, that I was doing something really, really, really wrong. That's what I was convinced. And, the people I talked to, the people who were there, Judge, Launce, Barbie, Schweels, anybody, Elaine, I asked them. I asked every single one of them, am I crazy? Did I do something wrong here? Did I fucking cause this? Did I deserve this? And every one of them said, no, I didn't. So the fact that, Mahler is saying this to me now, that, well, it scares me, honestly. And Biometric is saying that to me, it scares me, yeah. Was it? Yeah, I was in Mafia. Biometric. Not a feel-good story. Yeah, I told you it was not a feel-good story. But again, I'm just going to end the stream if this becomes bad. I'm just going to end the stream if this becomes bad. So if you're here to, be negative or whatever, then I'm just gonna end the stream and be done with it. Or if, because I don't want any drama. I don't want to interact with any of the people in this story at all anymore. I don't want them in my lives. I don't want them at all. Okay, this wasn't to invite interaction between them. This wasn't to invite conflict. Bye-bye, McRaptor. So, I want this to be okay. Right? And I'm reading chat. But again, you're welcome to hear everybody else's story. Anybody else who has a different story, and you're welcome to do it in their streams or through their content. But yeah, I'm a little honestly, I'm not feeling too good. But don't worry. Oh God. Wish you well, such as everyone, and hope everyone has courage enough to seek both stories. Yeah, there you go. Seek both stories. You can go check out Aya's stream or Mahler's stream or anyone's stream, and you can ask them about it. That's fine. That's completely okay. Like I said, I encourage you to support them if you do support them originally. Yeah. It's incredible that you didn't want drama and you spent 4 hours defaming all the people who had their own stories and issues. You're a piece of work and you should be... Yeah, Launce, you can come in.
Can you give me a
Yeah.
hug? It's okay, buddy. It's okay, buddy.
You want to stick around for a bit?
Yeah, for a sec. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, sure.
I've read some of the messages. Obviously, I've been reading the chat, and I've been there through all of this, and I'm always willing to hear both sides of the story, and I hold no ill intent for anyone. No matter how bad Faraz has felt about them, or made Faraz feel, I still hold no ill intent for anybody, and I've been more than civil to everyone, and I'm still more than happy to talk to anyone at any time, right? And I just lost a lot of respect for Mahler just now, because the message you just sent was incredibly violently angry and hate-filled, where Faraz's message now, I don't know if you caught the whole thing, was at best spiteful, like angry with at most two people, right? It is his side of the story, and he did say other people have sides of the story, right? And I know Faraz has gone into this saying, please don't say negative things about other people, and the mods have been bashing people who say mean things about Aya or unsub to Aya or anything like that, right? So like he's not trying to hurt the other people, and you were specifically said at the beginning of your message that he was trying to spread hate, right? And that's obviously not accurate. And I gained a lot of respect for Aya just now for what she said. I actually also respect the people who look for both sides of the story. I think Faraz is happy to share this is obviously his side of the story. Mm-hmm. Totally. And I think the reason Faraz felt the need, I might be misspoken here, but I think the reason Faraz felt the need to share this is because he has not forced this upon anyone, and he felt like people were forcing this upon other people, such as with the Yimi situation, where the emotions were getting forced on other people, like Shwilala, right? That Faraz is a bad guy. And he wants to share, like, hey, I have a side of the story too. You know what I mean? And I don't think he hates any of you. Like, I had no negative emotions still to this point to Aya. If Aya ever wanted anything from me or to talk to me, I'd be more than happy to talk to her. And Faraz, through all this, has always wanted to talk to Aya and has tried to be civil to Foria. Right? Like, no matter what, no hate. Like, I just don't know where Mahler's messages came from or other people's messages. I hope that all of you will seek both sides of the story if you care to. If you don't care about any of the drama at all, right? Like, I've never gone out of my way to seek both sides of the stories because you don't necessarily need both sides of the stories. I know there's a second side to the story, and I know for the most part, Foria and Aya were not trying to hurt Faraz, right? Maybe it was negligent of Faraz's feelings, but I don't think it was malicious. At best, I think it was grossly negligent, right? But then again, I don't know their full side of the story, so maybe there's less negligence or more negligence. I do know physically what happened, right? Which I think Faraz was stupid for keeping his heart and feelings open for so long.
Yeah, you've told me.
I've told him many times I think he's stupid for keeping that heart open for so long. And this whole thing would have been less dramatic if Faraz had closed his heart off and done the same thing he did, which was be civil and distant. It would have been a lot less painful for him. But, you know, everyone could have done better in this situation to cause less pain for everyone else. Regardless, I don't think Faraz is ever, especially not during this conversation, we were all here for it, I don't think he was trying to hate too violently on anyone. Even Foria, who he obviously has disdain for.
Yeah, I wrote a blog post about forgiveness because I did my very best to get rid of all of that.
And he shared all the negative emotions he had within that moment, but he has never once described any violent or mean negative feelings towards Foria at this moment. Mm-hmm. Right? Do you have, I mean, I'm sure you have a little disdain. You can't really stop all disdain from a yucky situation.
Yeah, it's a
But
work
do you
in
wish
progress.
really hatred, terrible things on Foria really at all?
No, because if I did, then that would be controlling to me. I don't want anything to do with anybody that, you know, that did shit to me. It's because, like, if I do resent them, then I hold that within me. They could be completely different people today, and I would have no idea, but I'd still hate them. And it would be dictating my actions every single day, whether I was with them or whether or not. So I want to do my best to get rid of that, to not have that, to not be hateful in any single way. And of course, it takes time, it takes work, but it's something I'm working towards.
Right. And I respect you, Aya, for a lot for trying to know that, or at least trying to understand that Faraz is not trying to cause any damage here. Mm-hmm. Like, any damage that is caused by Faraz, I can honestly say, being his roommate and being really close with Faraz for a long time, I'm 95% sure, honestly, there's 5% of the time where I think Faraz can do stuff that might hurt people. But 95, 96, 97% of the time, any damage that Faraz does is out of accidentalness. It's out of conditioning to himself. It's out of damage. All of us have damage. Everyone has some nature of damage that's going to affect other people, whether it be self-conscious, whether it be you have bad habits, whether it be, like, I'm loud. I'm really loud, and I've had to adjust that to not upset Faraz. And my loudness was not out of ill intent for Faraz, even though I'm sure sometimes when I woke him up while he was sleeping, he might think it was.
It wasn't.
But it totally wasn't. And I don't think 90% or 95% of people in the world want ill intent on other people for no reason. Right? I think we can agree that almost everyone in the story, maybe there's someone in the story, but you can never tell, wanted pain on other people. I don't think people wanted pain on Faraz. Didn't really want pain on other people in the end. Like in moments, everybody has our emotions. But when you logically think about it, causing more pain is not going to help anyone. Faraz won't be better off. He may feel better in the moment. And that's why I stopped Faraz from starting a physical confrontation with Foria, because I knew Faraz would regret it later. Right? For many, many, many reasons. Deportation. I wouldn't think of him the same way. No one would think of him the same way again. And I know he didn't want that. He doesn't want to physically hurt Foria.
No.
Anywho, love all you guys. I'm going to go back to the other room. If you need me, Faraz, I'm right there.
Thank you.
I know this is very hard. I started getting very emotional. That's the main reason why I had to come over. And I love all you guys. Okay.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Are you going to stream any games after this? Maybe? I don't know.
I think I'm going to try and clean this up and then stop. And we can go to a movie or something.
Yeah, we can do Logan today.
Yeah.
My car keys should be in the mail. So
yeah, I have a car.
So
Yeah.
that's fine. Yeah, we might see a movie today, guys. I hope you guys are all well. You're damaged, butterfly. Don't you? You see that? She said, "Ha." Fuck you, butterfly.
All right. Thanks, Launce.
Butterfly and Faraz.
Thank you, Launce. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Okay, I'm not going to address any more things. That was Launce. That's my roommate, okay? He was here for me during this, and he's actively here for me during this too. And he's a very neutral person. He's a very wonderful friend. So go. You can ask him questions about stuff if you want. Lancelot Dev92. You can ask him questions. For now, there's obviously people that are dissatisfied with what I've said. And it's come to my attention that I've been reported a few times, which probably more than a few times, which is okay. And there probably is going to be retaliation, but it's all right. Okay. However, I don't want any more negativity, and I don't want any more bickering. If you have any more questions for me and they're not negative, hateful, angry, etc., you may ask them. However, if this continues on the way it is, I'm going to put it into sub-only mode and then end the stream. Okay? What about this after part? Yeah, Seeking. That's fine too. Makai, welcome back. Launce is not a... No, fucking no. Launce isn't a bot. And for Aya, again, I haven't talked to Aya forever. I have no intention of talking to Aya right now, but Aya is here right now. And to Aya, I wish you no harm. I want you to have all the success in the world. Literally, yeah, that doesn't matter. But I wish you all the success in the world and everything in the world and stuff like that. I did tell the story, and I know it was very hard for you, and I don't hold you at fault too much. This wasn't about you. This is about me and how I felt. And there was no intent to hurt or anything at all. This was simply self-expression. I also, I've been told that you've reported me, and you've told your subs to report me, which is fine. And if you want to get your story out, that's fine too. And anybody who wants to hear a story, you can talk to her, etc. But I don't want to talk to any of the people that were involved in this story again, including yourself, unless it's on civil terms. And I won't be discussing my story or arguing about my story publicly on stream at all. So, Yeah, I like it's fine, but like again, I don't want anyone like no more negativity at all, please, from anybody, and anybody who is negative, like even on my like not even on my behalf, you know, you'll be purged, and if it happens again, you'll be banned. Okay. Just, I want this to be a very positive experience because remember, I don't want I don't want negativity to anyone, and this whole thing wasn't meant to be malicious in any way, shape, or form. Okay, and there may be a lot of repercussions for me, but at the very least, this will be okay. The only thing I'm gonna say is people like there's been a few people who have said like me telling this story, and I'm gonna assume that people are gonna be like, okay, me telling this story honestly, because there's people who think I'm lying and stuff. Um, the people who say you telling this story honestly has hurt other people, um, unintentionally or intentionally, fine. But what you have to understand is people are responsible and accountable for their interactions. A person who commits a murder, just because it goes unnoticed for a while doesn't mean they didn't commit a murder, you know? Why wouldn't I say something if someone committed a murder? Why would I hide that? Just so they don't get hurt? That's ridiculous. We're gonna go to sub-only mode. How do I go into sub-only mode? I've never done this before. Sub. Let's go into sub-only mode. Can one of it's slash sub-only? I'm trying that. It's not working. Slash sub-only. Did I miss a story? Baboonsk, you did, man. Yeah, you did. I did it. Thank you, Amy. Alright, sorry, Serplu. But Amy came here and he was saying that, and it's like, I'm not inviting, you know, rebuttal. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to attract all the people that left my life to come in and talk. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to tell the story. And so thank you for hearing the story. And I want this to end positively. I really do. So but yeah. Thank you everybody for the kind words, and thank you for being so nice and for listening to my story. I'll hang around for a little bit longer, but I feel like this has become a really negative thing. So if there's any questions or anything, or you know, anything like that, then ask away. Thanks, Judge. want to make it clear, by the way, that biometric is Mahler's mod. Yeah, thank you guys. Like, honestly, thank you very much for being here for me and for supporting me. Because, like, there were times when I probably wasn't giving the best streams, like making the best content and etc. etc. But you guys stuck with me anyway. You hung out with me and, you know, you supported me and so on and so forth. Yeah, Makai, you know, I might hang out in Discord for a bit after this. And Cardu and Launce and Barbie and Elaine and, you know, everybody's been so wonderful. And the people that were there for me that heard about my story and listened to me talk and stuff, like, thank you. But I do feel a little bit shaken right now. Are you going to take some time off streaming? No, fuck no, man. I'll be back tomorrow. But I wanted people to know that, yeah, this is something that happened in my past. This is one of the reasons why I don't want to go to TwitchCon, really, because that was a really bad place for me. This is one of the reasons, you know, I am the way I am. I do have boundaries. I do have barriers. And yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry that all this stuff has happened. Yeah, me too, Cardu. I don't know where PAX South is, Napa. Thanks, Pearl. You know, Eben, I knew that going into this, man. So you just hope for the best. You got it, Susie. Thank you. Like PAX, I don't really want to go to events anymore. Like I just don't. I don't get along with people, clearly, right? I just don't. I just, you know, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe. I don't feel okay. What's up, Ian? Like, I don't feel okay. Yeah. You take care of yourself, Cardu. Come on. Like, you know, I don't feel safe and I don't feel okay around a lot of people. And I love everybody that shows me wonderful care and kindness like you all do. But it's like, man, I never really wanted to be Ian, man. Thanks. Yeah. Like now it's like it's like waking up a dragon, man. Feel like you saw sushi, yeah. But like I said, like, you know, it's not a feel good story. It's not. And I hope you guys are all right. It's been so many times where I'm just like I remember everything so clearly. And like when this shit happens, it's like maybe I'm wrong. Like maybe I did do really bad shit. And then it's like, but I remember shit so clearly. And it's like, maybe I'm fucking tricking myself. Maybe I'm fabricating those memories. And it scares the fuck out of me, man. It scares the fuck out of me. Yeah, this will be made public. The VOD. I think this will mark the end of the VOD, or I'll edit it and upload it soon. Okay. yeah, thanks for the support, guys. And thanks for allowing me to do this and stuff. Thanks for being there for me and everything. Like Cheese said, no matter what happens, I am happy I told the story, because I would rather live with the self-respect that I did what I thought was right than not live with it and try and tiptoe around everything. Hold on, I got two more things, two more whispers. Oh, no, okay. Let me just clear something out real quick. I actually did leave some stuff out that I wasn't important to the story. But I want to clear something about Mahler. I really apologize that I left this out of the story. I must have gotten caught up in it. But Mahler did really try and help make Twitchmates work. He really tried. He made content on YouTube. He did stuff on it. He took time from his own YouTube channel. He led meetings and stuff. He really did want Twitchmates to work. I apologize for leaving that out of the story. He just whispered me now and said like, hey, what about this? And it's like, yeah, that was completely true, completely honest. Mahler, I apologize. I just wasn't focusing on you. And if I didn't paint the good stuff, I apologize for the shit that I didn't. Like, there's so many details that I didn't include, because this VOD's like already fucking 4 hours, man. Mahler very much did his best to try and help Twitchmates succeed. He did that for sure. He gave it everything. He did try hard. I want that to be very clear. And I apologize. I apologize, Mahler, for missing that. And there's like lots of other things. Like there like people were good too. Like, you know, there were times where we had lots of fun and we had movie nights and this and that, and you know, there were times where people helped me and stuff. Like, not everything was bad. Like there was some good times everybody had, right? So I apologize if I misrepresented anyone in any way. But again, just with my side of the story, it's hard to get all of every single thing that happened over like a 9-month period out. You know what I mean? Yeah, this was not a feel-good story. It was about the bad stuff. Okay. I think that's it. I think we'll take an extra 5 minutes. I'm looking at the time right now. And if there's anything left, say it now, and then we'll end stream, and I'll be back tomorrow. I have one genuine, honest question. How do you expect me to react to all of this? The entire 4 hours, you didn't speak to me about any of this. I tried my ass off to get the full story. It does not play out the way you have portrayed it. You always had business conversations, and you weren't friends. I treated our relationship as such. Mahler, you never asked me. I got back from TwitchCon. I donated $50 to you for your birthday. You talked to me, told me you were leaving Twitchmates because I was manipulative. You never talked to me again. You popped up in my stream, but that's it. So why would I go out of my way to talk to you? You seemed like you were out of my life, man. I don't know what you want from me, but this is the story I told is, that's just my perspective, man. And that's how it's always been. Like, Again, you're free to tell your story or whatever, but thanks for listening. Thank you, Coruscant. Mahler, I considered you a friend, man. Like, you keep telling me it's a business relationship, but I told you, like, I like you. I like talking with you and stuff like that. Like, I find you intelligent and stuff like that. You might have considered a business relationship, but I thought it was a friendship. Mahler wants it to be known that I subbed to you one time on a special occasion to celebrate your achievement. I told you that. Mooney told you that. And if so, you manipulated me in a fuck, that's a different whisper. You didn't tell them that, dude. Let that shit out. All right. Mahler subbed to me on a one-time basis, and it was a special occasion. And he doesn't sub to people because it's a financial thing. I want that to be clear. And Mahler does too. So just so you guys know. Okay. Just one more minute to go and then we'll end. Because, like, yeah, I think I just have to end it. I appreciate you may like me, but we only ever discuss issues with Twitchmates. We never hung out. I didn't get the vibe that you really liked me, to be honest. Okay, well, I'm sorry. I thought the many, many hosts that I gave you, the times I went into TeamSpeak with you and hung out on your stream or this or that was good enough. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't correctly come off as I liked you. I apologize. I don't know what to say to that, man. I don't understand what a... Never mind. You're right, Confucius. I should stop this now. I wasn't supposed to be here to interact with with anyone else. I was here just to tell my story and be done with it. Thank you very much for letting me know, for reminding me. I don't want... Okay, again, just a final disclaimer. This is not malicious. I don't want any malicious intent to anyone else. Whatever anyone does in retaliation, doesn't matter. I'll fucking take it. I don't plan to retaliate back in any way, shape, or form. I wish the best to everybody. And thank you all for listening. But seriously, no negativity, no maliciousness, whatever. Whatever happens, whatever people say, whatever... I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna go hang out with Launce, okay? Because he's my friend, and I think I might be on Discord for a bit. But honestly, I am pretty shaken and scared of what may happen next. But I think even if I get really fucked up, I'm happy I told my story. Okay, so thank you everybody for being absolutely wonderful and amazing and giving me, a nice thing in my life. Okay. Here, let's go host someone. I know it's probably not like a thing to do. We don't have to raid, but let's go host someone, okay? And yeah, any questions can be directed to me or anything or whatever. Okay? Um you know, let's I think we should raid this guy, man. I think we should. I think he deserves it. He's a really cool guy. He's really positive towards me. I don't think I've rated him before. So if you don't mind, go spam one of those things in his chat, okay? Just one of those things. And I appreciate it. And fuck, man. We'll see you later, all right? I'll see you tomorrow for some more stuff. He's just starting up, so he'll really like this, okay? Okay. You guys can message me whenever. I really appreciate everything, and I love you, and goodbye.